Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host Jay and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for this evening, Rurika.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, Ruri. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. I've had a pretty good day today and a good night. How was yours?
I'm doing well. It's Friday. That means it's just, weekends ahead. It's very nice. And starting off right with a show, I can tell that most of the folks in chat are already familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Rurika Komorin, also known as Ruri. I'm a witch VTuber. I like to stream retro games, platformers, Sonic games, anything that really catches my eye. But for those who are new here, it's very nice to meet you.
Now, some folks have seasonal outfits. Some folks will get special ones for, the holidays. Some folks will get special Halloween outfits. But you are in your standard attire tonight. You, as your handle would also suggest, are Halloween year-round, and I didn't mean to invite you close to Halloween, but as I realized that October was coming up, I think you floated a bit more to the top of my mind. I was like, oh yeah, I should probably just do this in October. I really should just actually make a point to do this. And yeah, so I'm going to start off the show with a terribly hard-hitting question, and that is, what is your favorite Halloween candy?
Oh, jeez. You can't ask me this.
Yeah, I'm asking the real questions. These are the difficult things on VTuber Talk.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess I might as well, follow my heart here and say Kit Kats because back when I was a kid and I would, go trick-or-treating, at the end of the night, everyone gathers around and you start trading candy. My main goal is to collect as many Kit Kats as I possibly could. And that still stuck. I even bought a bag of Kit Kats. I have a bag of Almond Joys, Kit Kats, and Crunch Bars in a bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, well, first off, very good taste. Kit Kats, very solid. And yet, I feel like here in the West, we get the short end of the stick with Kit Kats. That I didn't know until later in life that, holy cow, what do you mean Japan gets like 2 dozen different types of Kit Kats? And, well, what we have here, basic chocolate, is fine, but I feel like we're missing out.
Yeah, I went to a local, like a grocery store that has, like, imported goods from Japan, Korea. It's like an Asian market. And I went through the candy aisle, of course, and I looked at the matcha Kit Kats. I picked up a bag, and I tried them, and I thought they were the greatest thing ever, too. I'm a very much of a milk chocolate enjoyer, so I really like the classic Kit Kats. But the other flavors that they, have it overseas are really, really good. And I kind of have a goal where if I see a new flavor I haven't tried before, I have to at least pick up, a small bag and try it at home and see if I like it.
Yeah, just to be able to sample, to say that you've tried it.
Yeah.
Have you tracked how many different Kit Kat flavors you've had, and if not, any general guess?
No, I mean, I've probably tried a handful of them. I'm gonna guess under 10, but over 5.
That's fair.
I
I think I've probably only had 3, maybe 4 myself. Basic. I definitely have had matcha. I've had strawberry, and I think I've had one other flavor. I can't recall which one it was. I remember it. It was a white color. It wasn't white chocolate though. Totally blanking on what it was, but I feel like there's really no missing with Kit Kats. That they don't have any trick flavors. They don't have any ones that are meant to be weird or just off. That they all taste sweet. They all taste good. They're meant to be good.
Yeah, the one that surprised me was the white chocolate Kit Kat because I thought like, oh, maybe, well, white chocolate is still pretty much chocolate, but I still really like that one. But
Do you recall when I guess, I don't want to say enjoyment of Halloween started because most kids grow up enjoying Halloween, but do you recall sort of if there was a point where you realized that Halloween and the general spooky aesthetic was something that connected you with you connected with perhaps a bit more than others?
It's one of those things where every year since I was a child, I look forward to. Like it's the same thing. I don't know if anyone has that same general feeling when Christmas rolls around. You get that like that feeling, that festive feeling, like oh yeah, Christmas, the joy of like the weather changing and all the decorations being put up. Like you get like that really like soft and gentle feeling in your chest, like that excitement. Um,
Mm.
I had that feeling towards Halloween, but at a much stronger level. Like I really love Christmas, but every year since I was a child, like once September rolls around, August even, I just think about, oh, my parents are gonna put up Halloween decorations. Oh, I wonder what kind of candy we're gonna buy this year. Oh, I'm so excited to go around and see like everyone's decorations and have like times with my friends to walk around and look at everything or go to the store or even when here we have like the spirit Halloweens. Once I like spot a spirit Halloween, like I just light up and I get so excited. And ever since then, I just kind of realized that Halloween is my favorite, and I just started like decorating my room and realizing that I keep it year round. So I have like pumpkins all over my room. I have like ghosties, like any decorations I find on the store, and I just ended up just grabbing them and I just started realizing like, oh, orange is starting to be my favorite color. And it's just those little things tends to add up and then the culmination of all of it just made me realize like, oh, I really love Halloween.
Yeah,
Mm,
it, it's been interesting. I feel like sort of the Halloween season extending past just the late part of October. Maybe it's just something that I've only perceived when I got a little bit older, but at least,
mm,
you know, when I was a little kid, I didn't feel like Halloween was quite as far reaching as it is now. And it's one of those
mm,
holidays that I've just sort of looked at and said, you know what? Yes, I am okay with this holiday expanding a little bit past the week where it's celebrated. I'm for this being sort of a general aesthetic of the season that, yes, Halloween technically has its roots in different religious and spiritual connotations, but it's really grown to just be a, a agnostic holiday, I suppose, that
mm.
some folks can celebrate it with the uh, more traditional quote unquote connotations, but that it's just okay, people like to have candy and dress up and be spooky and just enjoy fall. And, you know, not many holidays have the notoriety that Halloween has gotten while really having basically no religious or other, I suppose, traditional connotations. And it's just nice. It's festive and fun, and people are happy, and people like it, and get to do cool things, and have sweet treats, and dress up, and just have a good time.
Yeah, you kind of can celebrate it however you'd like. I mean, I've had people like celebrate it where they have like a horror movie marathon and go to like haunted houses and do those sorts of things. Other people like the aesthetic of it, like the fall aesthetic in general, where they love pumpkins and autumn leaves and all those sorts of things. And then also at the same time liking the dressing up aspect and trick or treating, taking their kids out, like the cutesy side, I would say, of Halloween. So I think that's really awesome that you can kind of choose how you want to celebrate it and you have that freedom to do whatever you want, really. Mm.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
perhaps the irony to all this is the fact that you don't like horror.
Yeah. Ah, yes, that is I was told that is a gap moe.
I I never thought of it in those terms, but I like it, and I see where it is. Yes.
Yeah, every time, especially when I first started streaming as a PNG tuber, I was asked if I liked horror movies and the horror aspects of Halloween and interested in like horror games, and I just kind of have to like put my hand on their shoulder and tell them, I don't. There's nothing
Ooh.
wrong with enjoying them. It's just unfortunately like I get so scared and my heart rate just spikes up and I get so antsy. I pace around the room. It takes me forever to like finish a movie or finish a game. it's just one of those things that I just never grown out of. Even though I'm so interested in like the stories of horror movies and different aspects of it, but I just kind of gently put my hand on their shoulder. I'm like, well, even though I'm a Halloween VTuber, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but I'm not interested in those sorts of things.
Yeah, no, I'm very much the same. That just the type of stress and anxiety that horror movies and horror content is designed to elicit is just not enjoyable to me. I get that, all right, it's for some folks, adrenaline and that rush can be fun and exciting, and it's just not for me. That the
Mm,
closest I get that the weird tension for me is a lot of horror movies are based in mysteries, and I like mysteries. That
mm-hmm.
there's been plenty of times where, I go to a movie theater and they play a horror trailer, and, I'm not so averse to it that I can't sit through a horror trailer. It's whatever. I just sit there and like, well, there's a movie that I definitely know I'm not going to see. But sometimes the premise is very interesting. It's like, oh, I wonder why that's happening. That is this going to be a horror movie with a rational explanation, or is there actually something magic, demonic, possessed,
Mm,
what have you, happening? And
yeah.
then what I'll do is, once the movie comes out, I go to Wikipedia, read the synopsis, and like, oh, so that's what happened. Neat. Still not seeing the movie, but neat. Now I know. Now that little bit of the
Yeah.
mystery that I was wanting to know has been satisfied. I didn't need to sit through the 2-hour horror movie feeling stressed the whole time. I spent 2 minutes reading through the Wikipedia article, and that's how I win.
Yeah, I definitely relate to that. But there are times where like I see like a trailer or like the one that I have yet to see and that I am very interested in watching was actually Stephen King's It. Because I read some Stephen King books and so I was like, oh man, maybe I should just watch this. Maybe I should just rip off the band-aid and just watch the movie. But there's some stories that are just so intriguing to me of how like the characters interact with the scenario, if there's any like aspects to it, like you said, like any demonic aspects to it and how they handle it. A lot of trailers they like to advertise it as like this actually happened, this is a real thing, and those sorts of things freak me out. I'm like, what do you mean this actually happened? What do you mean? these
Mm,
these supernatural things, what do you mean?
Like, honestly, whenever I read the Wikipedia synopses and it turns out to just actually be, oh, there was a demon and they had to exorcise or something, I actually
Mm,
get disappointed. I'm just like, oh, well, that's a
mm,
cop out of just like, okay, so you're breaking the rules and all right. I get more interested in the ones where it's the Scooby-Doo situation of, all right,
ah,
there's a rational explanation and somebody had this really smart and well thought out plan to either trick people or to get away with something under the guise of being a spirit or demon or what have you.
yeah.
And that usually actually that strikes me as more fun writing, but at the same time, I
Yeah.
can understand that sometimes it is fun to have something that is truly unexplainable, or
Mm.
okay, there is this uh, magical power that we have to beat with magic or with some sort of
Yes.
whatever. That it can be
Mm.
interesting.
Yeah, see, I think you would like I don't know if you read Umineko before.
I have
Uh,
not, but I have heard about Umineko for many, many years.
I think it'd be something up your alley if you're interested in those sorts of mysteries. It is very long though. I would say like it's I don't know. I think someone said it was like about 170 hours, 200 hours. But it's like a visual novel and it's something I've been rereading myself and it's Chef's Kiss. I love Gold Witch something something. Yeah. But I definitely agree. It's like for me, horror movies, you get that thrill, right? And the adrenaline kick. It's not like I get that feeling because I like going on roller coasters and stuff, and I like that feeling, but it's not one of those things like like a jump scare or something just pops out of nowhere. I get that like fear. I get that adrenaline and fear, and sometimes I'm not a big fan of it, and sometimes I'm okay with it. I don't know. It's just one of those things I have to feel for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but
Do you have a
I
favorite
know.
horror movie? One that you have
Hmm.
been able to, just really, really enjoy and get into?
The only horror movie I've ever watched was actually Scream, and I liked it a lot because it has like its comedy aspects to it, and it's not so much of like a traditional horror movie. So I would say
Mm,
Scream.
yeah.
I liked
I
it a lot.
I remember those masks always freaked me out as a kid.
Oh,
Because
me
I feel like
too.
it's such a timeless one that even now, I feel like you see those every year at Spirit Halloween. You see them in every neighborhood. It's just such a standard, and it's a standard with good reason because for being such a simple mask and face, it is just that right amount of disturbing.
Yeah, it's so scary. I have like a small story to share because like my dad really really loves horror movies. Loves horror movies. And the reason why I'm so scared of horror movies is because every time I like walk out of my room or like crack the door open, I like see him watching a horror movie. And of course it has to show a scene that I do not like to see. It's
Oh,
typically,
yeah,
the
inevitably,
kill
that the
scenes.
one time that you look just to see, it's always during the freakiest scene in the movie.
Yes, and, like, I had a biggest fear of Chucky, I had a biggest fear of Ghostface, I've had a big fear of a bunch of, horror movie characters that I cannot stand, so, my dad caught on that I am scared of, like, horror movies, and he dressed up as Ghostface one year, and, of course, he had the ghost face with, like, like, the blood trickling on the mask, and, me being, a small little pumpkin. I didn't know what he had planned, and every single time he put on the mask, he finds a way to give you a little scare, or like even him holding it, he's like, "Oh, look at this! It's Ghostface!" And I'm like, "Ah, get that away from me! Get that thing away from me!" And like run. And of course, he enjoyed the reactions I gave. And then afterwards, it's like, it's okay. It's just a mask. It won't hurt you." And I'm like, "What do you mean it won't hurt me? It's an evil thing. It's an evil thing." And now that I watched the movie. I'm like, "Man, whoever was Ghostface in that movie, I could have beat him up." Yeah, they're like tiny shaking chihuahua, basically.
Mm, yeah, the closest thing to a horror movie that I can say I really enjoyed is more a deconstruction of the genre than anything, and that's
Hmm.
Cabin in the Woods.
I haven't watched that one. Mm-mm.
Ooh, it's really good. That it's a combination of, like I said, deconstruction and just sort of love letter to the genre, that
Mm.
it points out its tropes and also plays into them, but then also makes them part of the plot.
I see. I'll have to keep that in mind because I really want to. You know, it's really hard for me to get into horror, but there after Scream, I kind of have that itch. I kind of have that
Mhm.
itch to try because I've never gave it a shot. Because I think before that, I don't even think it would even count because it's also a comedy. Um, was like Ash versus the Evil Dead. I remember
Oh,
watching that.
yeah. I saw
Yeah.
it wasn't Ash vs. the Evil Dead. I think it was actually was it might have been Evil Dead 2. I forget.
Mm.
All I remember, I know it was one of those series. It's the one that ends with him actually being sent to another world.
Mm.
And for some reason, the other, like the singular shot that I remember of that movie is something happened to his hand, and just Bruce Campbell is staring at his hand and has this very just sort of twisted, screaming expression while he's sort of grasping at his wrist. And it became an in-joke between me and my friends for several years of just whenever someone like didn't actually get injured, but sort of to indicate, oh, I'm not actually hurt, that we would do that, just
Mm.
ham it up in that way and make that reference. Cronus of a Soul is telling me in chat it's 2, but Scribble Dojo is also saying
Ooh.
Evil Dead, so probably Evil Dead 2.
Yeah, okay. I've watched one of them. I remember that. I remember getting a little spooked about that too, because I think another thing that is really tough for me is that, especially like the type of horror movie I know that I will not enjoy is movies like Saw or anything like torture focused.
Oh yeah, it's
Um,
definitely not torture. That it's a sort of zombie-ish monster, but not like the
mm,
infection type of zombie, but
oh,
raised
zombies.
dead.
Yeah, okay. Because it's really hard for me because I imagine in those situations myself in those situations. Like I have so much empathy for those characters, and like, what if
Mm,
I was in their situation? What if I had to like cut my arm off or do something like that? And it just like that feeling, that
yeah, no,
scared feeling, it just increases sevenfold. As once I insert myself in that universe, it's over. It's
yeah.
over for me. I start pacing around. It's over for me. Yeah. Oh, but I want to try to get into them. Maybe this year, maybe I'll like watch one and maybe watch it with a friend or something like
Yeah,
that, so I'm
watching
not like
watching horror
alone.
movies with others always makes it much easier. I would probably just not watch any horror movies on my own because if I'm not
Mhm.
watching and enjoying with others, it's really just never going to be something I go out of my way to pick and watch. But
Mm.
watching with others, it also has sort of the lights on type of feel to it, just not being
Yes.
alone.
That's a good way of describing it. That's how I felt when I watched Scream for the first time because I watched it with Takako's community. She invited me. She
Mm.
sent me a message and she asked, like, I know you're not super into horror movies, but we're watching Scream in 15 minutes if you'd like to join us. And I'm like, oh, Takako, my love, I'll do anything for you. I'll give it a shot. And so I watched it and I ended up really enjoying it. So I'm really, really happy that I didn't run from it and gave it a shot.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
And actually,
Yeah. Oh, go
while
ahead.
it's not it's not horror per se. Uh, One of the spooky, like sort of kids playful spooky games that you played
Mm.
recently that was perhaps spooky for you in a different sense, but was one of my all-time favorites. You recently played Billy Hatcher. That uh,
Oh my
that was an
gosh.
experience watching you play Billy Hatcher a couple weeks ago. Billy Hatcher for me, Rudy, is like one of my diamond in the rough picks for the
Yeah.
GameCube. I adore that game. It's a bit janky, don't get me wrong. But at the
Hmm.
same time, I really enjoyed it. But I know that you were having some difficulties for it, and it made me realize a couple things about the game of that
Yeah.
there's several mechanics and levels as you get in older platformer games that are not explicitly explained, and that part of it is just the trial and error. And you wound up, it felt like multiple times in sort of this corner case of you very logically assumed that a mechanic worked a certain way just because of how you first interacted with it or how it first reacted when you had to deal with it. And the assumptions you made, while logical, were usually half correct in a way that made your life as a player much more difficult than it had to be. Like,
Yeah.
like there was this area where you had to clean off different sort of like pools of gunk,
Mhm.
and you notice, all right, I can clean these off, and that you thought you had to clean all 4 pools at once. When in
Yes.
actuality, you only need to clean one at a time, and that you were just scrambling about, pun half intended, I suppose, with eggs. But it was eventually when you realized it was like, oh, it doesn't have to be all 4, and then it suddenly became so much easier. And I felt it
Yes.
was like, oh no, because
Oh my goodness.
but
Yes.
Billy Hatcher is just one of those games that I always wish they made a sequel of. And I
Mm.
understand why Sonic Team probably hasn't, because one, well, Sonic, as we will get to, is very successful on its own, and that them spending their time and resources on a series that is a fraction as popular is probably just not efficient for them. Gosh, I liked that game. It was fun and silly and different, and the music was great.
Yeah. Oh, okay, despite my anger and despite the reaction I gave after sitting on it, I thought to myself, damn, that was a fun game. I don't know, maybe I'm just a sicko, but like I I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the little jumps, the different eggs to hatch, the little guys you meet. I thought all the enemies were so freaking cute. It made me feel so bad to like take them down, but I had to. I had to. The music was wonderful too, and I thought all the characters were really, really cute. It was definitely a learning experience. I know I've watched someone play Billy Hatcher and they played really, really well. It was like smooth like butter. I mean, like they were just yumping and they were making some cuts here and there, and they just knew what they were doing. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, I could probably do that. I pick up the controller, I play it myself, and I keep falling off. I just keep like rolling out off the cliff or something like that. I make a calculation error of some sort, and I just like make a grave error
It's a
somewhere.
slippery control system that if you know it and have gotten the practice like those speedrunners and others have, you know how to work it, but it is very sensitive. And even I remember just the number of times that I'd be trying to turn around and it accidentally makes me stop and let go of the egg. That always happens. Of just a The controls are indeed a bit janky. That's you know, N64 GameCube era platformers were like that at times. Not the worst
Yeah.
I've ever seen, but also still a little rough around the edges.
Oh, yes, I learned quite a bit, and if it wasn't for the collab partner there, I probably would have lost my mind. I think that's only happened a few times. But
You
yeah,
were
really
sneezing
after.
quite a lot. Allergies were just
Oh,
terrible that evening.
oh my goodness. My allergies were awful that day. I just sneezed and suddenly I was back where I was and made things easier. And it
Yeah,
makes me
time
think to
travel
myself,
sneezes. We all have those.
yes, and I can imagine not having those sneezes, me being a powerful witch and all. I probably would have lost my mind. I had to go all the way back to where I was, but the sneeze helps.
Yep, yep, yep. Time is a very valuable thing, and I do not blame people who, if you got to that point in the game, congratulations, you already got to that point in the game. It, eh, Having to spend 5 minutes plus just to get back to where you were every time adds up and just isn't fun. I'm very much in favor of a little achu here and there
Oh
to
yeah.
make things more efficient. Mm.
Mhm. It took me a while to kind of accept that because before I was pretty stubborn by not sneezing. I think to myself, like, well, if I got there, I can get back to it again. And next thing you know, I spend 15 minutes, redoing it. That 15 minutes becomes 30 minutes. That 30 minutes become 45 and then an hour.
Adds
And
up
then I realized
quickly.
very quickly, so I just decided, you know what, I was able to get there once or twice. I might as well just save time, especially since, I'm streaming and I kind of want to beat the game and go to bed at a reasonable
Yeah.
time. Uh,
And also just, for the viewers, watching the repeated, all right, let's get back up the hill again and again probably isn't that engaging anyways, so I think it actually just does make it's a win-win for everyone.
yes, it's something that I come to realize I'm a little bit stubborn, so it took me a while to accept that, but I'm really happy that I did. It
Mhm.
saved me a lot of time with a lot of games.
Yeah. And
It's
while that particular Eggy game may have been a little bit frustrating, I know you also just enjoy platformers in general.
Yeah, it was something I recently picked up on. So one of my mods, she proposed the idea of me doing a month of mascot platformers, and she thought it would be a good idea for me to try something different because when I started to stream, I was primarily an art streamer. I would say I streamed art 80% of the time, and 20% of it I would just mess around and find a game that I'm comfortable with playing that I've played before, and I would stream that. But then she thought like it would be fun for me to play Sonic games that I've never tried, like Sly Cooper, and see if I like them and give it one stream or two streams to play the game, to try it at least, if not beat the game. And I made a little schedule and all the games that I plan to play. And I spent the entirety of March just playing mascot platformers, and I ended up really loving it. I've tried a bunch of different games, and I didn't realize like it was like a genre that I would enjoy so much. And also, it's like a brand new world for me because growing up, I didn't really play that much platformers. So there was a lot of terminology, a lot of like mechanics that, carried from one game to another. And it was super, super interesting to learn all those things and also get over that fear of like trying something new and being able to show that to everyone. Having like, that a little bit of vulnerability that I'm actually
Mhm.
not super good at something and sharing that with everyone and improving over time. And so I ended up becoming like a platforming retro streamer. which was something that I did not expect at all.
I feel like I didn't start hearing the term mascot platformer until that era was already over. It feels like something that was
Mm,
sort of retroactively given to the genre, and it's a perfect term for it. And it makes me sad that it feels that the genre has declined. We really don't get a lot of mascot platformers unless
mhm.
they're either reboots or sort of spiritual successors to those types of games that, for whatever reason, platforming, which used to really be like first party bread and butter, it felt like, is just not as common as it used to be. And then I miss it.
Yeah, it's something that I'm completely new to. So after picking a bunch of different games up, I was like thinking to myself, dang, why did it take me this long to actually start these games and get to know them? Well, the first game I decided to start easy. I started with Klonoa 1, and that game wasn't very difficult. It was very charming and actually one of my favorite games. Now, Klonoa 2 would be. And then I went straight to Crash Bandicoot, and holy moly, that was a time. I suffered so much. Like, okay, you haven't really played a lot of platformers. Here you go. Here's Crash Bandicoot 1. I'm like, okay, let me see what I can do. I ended up beating the game, but boy, I suffered.
Yeah, about that, and my earlier mention of platformers on the N64 and GameCube could be rough around the edges, and controls and cameras of the era. Yeah.
They're Oh, wow! Yeah, they're very unforgiving. I would say that. And there was a lot of things that I learned too, like certain platforms you're not supposed to touch, like, spikes and Mega Man and all
Ah,
those sorts
yes,
of
learning
things.
about spikes.
Yeah, I really when I first played Mega Man X, I thought to myself, "Oh, it's a spike. If I touch it a little bit, I might get hurt a little bit, and I could keep going, right?"
No, there is
Um,
no health bar.
No, I learned that lesson the hard way. I jumped straight in and I saw him explode, and I thought to myself, well, dang, I guess I'm not supposed to touch the spikes. And, in some other games, Gunvolt, is very similar to Mega Man. Um, they have spikes, and I'm very terrified of those spikes because of Mega Man. And I touched those spikes on accident, and I actually didn't die. It wasn't a one-hit kill. I was like, "Whoa,
You have
wait a second."
PTSD, post traumatic spike syndrome.
Yes, I did. I learned a lot, and there's plenty of odds that show my struggles with certain games. But I was able to beat Crash. I felt really accomplished afterwards. I feel like that's the best feeling is beating a very hard game. To you.
Yeah, it just a certain level of catharsis of, oh yes, I did it, and also, oh thank goodness I never have to do that again.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember that because when I first played Mega Man X, I played it in rookie mode. Everyone's like, "Don't play it in rookie mode. Don't play it in rookie mode. Play it in the original difficulty." And I was like, "Well, this is my first time. I'm gonna have to play this in rookie mode because I keep dying over and over again." And then eventually, that feeling hit where I thought to myself, I'm going to beat this game not in rookie mode. So I streamed it again, and I was able to beat it. And I played a lot better too. So I thought that was really awesome, where I was able to learn from my mistakes from the past, and also memorize some locations and some of the mechanics of the game, and able to incorporate that with my second gameplay. And I thought that was really cool. So after I beat Mega Man X for the second time, I just kind of sat back and I thought to myself, "Oh, that was a really fun stream. I want to do that again."
I didn't
Mm.
actually, never played Mega Man X myself. That just by virtue of the consoles that I owned growing up, I never actually played any of the Mega Man platforming games. My Mega Man experience is based entirely in the Battle Network series. Have you ever played those?
Oh, no, I've only played Mega Man X through 3. I started playing 4. I took a pause on it, but I want to come back to it. So I started to just play the X games and just going from there, just to get a bunch of I don't know, like, have to start my Mega Man arc because I really, really like Zero. It all started because
Mm.
of Zero.
And to be fair, those are certainly the more famous games that, if anything, I feel like I'm the one with the Mega Man knowledge deficiency, experience deficiency there, and that I do want to actually make a point to at least play Mega Man X. I've played bits and pieces of Mega Man 1.
Mm.
It's a very short game, all things considered. But I never really got into any of the later iterations. Wound up getting into Battle Network because it was on the Game Boy Advance, and that I had a friend who was really into the series and got me into it. But it is very, very different from really every other Mega Man game. That it is not a platformer at all. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it, because it is it's a real-time battler
Mm.
with a card mechanic, and I use the term card here very loosely. Essentially, you're on a 3x6 grid that you have a 3x3 square to work with, your opponent has a 3x3 square to work with, and it's in real time where you're moving around the squares, shooting and using weapons, and
Mm.
then every 15 seconds or so, you get a random assortment of special ability. They call them chips, they're cards, from a deck, effectively, that you make. And that, based on the ones that you get that you can use, you can hold some, you can burn some, and that there ends up being that strategy while also that amount of variance to it. There are a couple other games that have used similar systems, but even now it's still a relatively uncommon system. So apologies for my inelegant explanation, but it's a fun little one. They actually remastered it, I think, for the Switch recently.
Mm.
Unfortunately, it's like the full pack. I don't know if there's a way to just, buy one and see if you like it. But
Yeah.
it's a fun and different way that, I'd say glance at some gameplay videos and you'll probably know just from seeing it intuitively if it's something that would appeal to you or not. And I will definitely say it's not a system that appeals to everyone, but to those that like it, they really like it. That Levy can't sleep in chat immediately, Battle Network, my beloved. So definitely worth checking out, even if it
Yeah.
is a bit of a deviation from the more standard Mega Man formula.
Yeah, I'm super, super into like I guess like the universe of Mega Man. I really like the aesthetic of it as well,
Yeah.
like the mech like tech wear. I
Mm.
really, really love it. So that was like the first thing that I was super into. And I would say like typically when I get into games, I would say I have to get into like the aesthetic of the characters and how it looks, and then just go from there. But yeah, I was first introduced by Mega Man by Zero when I played Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And I
Mm.
thought he was so cool. I'm like, oh my goodness, he's so cool. Where is he from? I saw like there was like a Mega Man manga and like the games. I'm like, I should probably play these so I can get to know the character. And I just kind of went down that little rabbit hole, but never ended up playing the games until this year. But yeah, if it's anything Mega Man related, I'll give it a shot no matter what. So,
And speaking of Marvel vs. Capcom, that you actually had something of a specialty in arcade fighters for a while.
yeah, I'm not like the super super good at it, but I did grow up playing a lot of it, especially Marvel vs. Capcom. My brother and I would play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and 3, and I got to know a lot of video game characters because of the series. So afterwards, I thought it would be a cool idea to implement that in my stream. So for a good chunk of time last year, I would do like fighting game Fridays where I would pick up a new fighting game, and it all started with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. My team consisted of Morgan, Ainslin, my beloved, Amaterasu, and then Zero. Sometimes I would switch out
Mm.
Amaterasu with Dante. I always pick like the Capcom characters. Sometimes I would pick like Marvel characters like X-23. Um, but my brother would always pick all Marvel characters, and I would pick all Capcom characters, and we would just like duke it out. And I thought that would be fun to share with everyone. So afterwards, I just kind of started streaming on Fridays. I would pick up a new game. So some games include Guilty Gear, Melty Blood, Under Night and Birth, Rivals of Ether, stuff like that. And I would enjoy playing with everyone and just invite them if they wanted to show me some of their tricks, I guess, and see if I can beat them. And if I can, I was pretty smug about it.
Do you find
Mm.
that you have any, I suppose, what makes a good arcade fighter for you? Is there either some sort of system or just a feel for the gameplay controls that sort of makes a game stand out for you?
I really like tag fighters, so I don't know if it's because of my time when I played a lot of Marvel vs. Capcom. I always like incorporating a bunch of different characters and their like combos and just like finding a way to like utilize it and take advantage of all the different characters. Like I used to use Amaterasu all the time because my main opponent was my brother. So I
Ah,
would like study his combos, what he uses, what his weaknesses, and he didn't really like fighting against the dog. So especially since he can't reach the dog sometimes and didn't know how to deal with that. So I thought it was really neat to figure things out like that. I enjoyed Guilty Gear a lot. I played Strive only because I thought the combo list wasn't overwhelming. Especially like some games, there's like a million different combos that you can utilize to get to know the character. I mean, I played a lot of Blaze Blue, but if you were to hand me a controller and tell me like, oh yeah, can you show me like a rotation from Noelle Vermillion or Rachel Alucard, I would just look at you with a blank face. I'm like, I just mash buttons until it happens. But when I played Guilty Gear Strive, I was able to memorize most of them. And it wasn't like anything super overwhelming. So I would say like those are the type of things I look forward in fighters. But yeah, I would say games like Strive and Marvel vs. Capcom, those are the type of games I really, really like.
Yeah, that I've dabbled in arcade fighters. I've never been particularly good. Very much the same of, okay, I learned by mashing buttons, and if I did a cool thing, I try to figure out what exactly I did to do the cool thing. That I might glance at the move list and be like, okay, what are the simplest specials that I can do? Just
Mm.
to not entirely be just doing the basic, weak, normal, heavy punches and kicks, but if it needs really more than like 3, 4 inputs, it's probably beyond me.
Yes, that's what happened because I was invited to play in a tournament for Third Strike Street Fighter. I've never played Strike before. I unfortunately am a procrastinator. So I get a little busy and they tell me, "Oh, it's on this date." I'm like, "Great. I have like, 3 weeks to train, to play every day, to get better at it, and then I'll be a pretty formidable opponent." Ho 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 ho. Well, I waited until the night before,
Oops.
and I like went around. I'm like, oh, I like this character. I ended up choosing Chun Li, and reading her move list and trying to figure things out. I also learned that a lot of people use like the D-pad with arcade fighters with their controller, and I am a analog stick enjoyer. I heard that's not very common. So I thought that was very interesting. But afterwards, the day came and I put up a bit of a fight, but I was definitely punished for not training.
Oh no!
Yeah, but it was fun. Third Strike was a lot of fun. I thought the art was super wicked. The music was really, really good, and like the little pixel animations was so awesome. So I really want to, come back to it and get better at it.
Mm, yeah, I actually, since I'm not super versed on each iteration of the Street Fighter series, I'm actually double checking it, Third Strike itself, because I couldn't recall which one that was, but looking at it now, I'm recognizing, yeah, just obviously Street Fighter, very storied series, and that
Mm.
it's there's a reason that it has endured as long as it has. And just, I remember playing bits and pieces, either, on a Dreamcast that a friend had growing up, or, at an arcade, usually seeing other folks play arcades, because I certainly wasn't gonna spend my quarters on a game that I knew I wasn't very good at, but I liked watching people play it.
Mm. Yeah, it's so fun. It's so much fun to watch other people play, especially if they really, really know the game
Oh,
from the
yeah.
back of their hand. It's
Mhm.
so awesome. Like, I remember playing a lot of Smash Brothers too. I played a lot of Melee,
Yeah, that
and
Smash was
oh
the
yeah,
fighting game series that I actually got into, and
really?
got, I will say, marginally good at. Not like
Mm.
competitive level. I went to a couple locals tournaments, made it to the
Oh,
top 4, like, once. Usually was able
cool.
to get a couple rounds in, but, like, never ever topped the locals thing, never played true competitive. But,
Mm.
uh, you know, when it got to playing with friends on the couch, that I was usually able to hold my own, and was on the upper half of my friend group as a bunch of casuals, for whatever
Mm.
that's worth. But
Yeah.
it's sort of fun to think that Marvel versus Capcom basically was Capcom's version of Smash Brothers before Smash Brothers existed.
Mm. Yeah, with a bunch of different characters from different series. It's so cool. When I first picked up Marvel vs. Capcom 2, like I didn't know any of these characters, and I thought it was so neat that because of that game, it's the reason why I love Morgan so much. As soon as I saw her character design, I thought it was just
And
genuinely
Morgan does have a
amazing.
very good character design.
Oh, yes, very, very amazing. So, I would get to know these characters from this game, from
Yeah.
those games, and I just like would Google them, like, oh, what's Darkstalkers? Oh, what's Devil May Cry? Oh, what's all these different type of games? Like, how can I get into it? Mega
You mentioned
Man.
that's how you got into Mega Man. That I would very much credit Smash Brothers with doing very much the same for a lot of Nintendo characters. That I
Yeah.
suppose, half ironically, the fact that even now, after all these years, everyone in the West knows who Ness is, even if we've never gotten a game with Ness, but that's another story. Um, that I very much would credit Melee for enabling the rise of Fire Emblem in the West.
Yes, I didn't even know who Marth was when I first picked up
Yeah,
Melee.
well, because at that point, I don't think they had any Fire Emblem releases. That it wasn't until maybe a year or two later that they had Fire Emblem on the Game Boy Advance, and it
Mm.
sort of went from there. But Smash really set the stage, and I think that it really helped push things along to help making Fire Emblem what I would now call a mainstream Nintendo franchise, not just in Japan, but internationally.
Yeah, I thought that was really, really neat because, yeah, I had that same feeling when I first picked up Melee because my first gaming console was the GameCube. Uh,
Same.
yeah, let's go. And then when my brother and I got Melee, there was a bunch of different characters I had no idea because we only had a handful of games. So which is funny because the first game that I picked up was Sonic Adventure 2 and SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom.
A
Eventually got
game that had
Melee.
no business being as good as it was.
Oh my goodness. All those games were bangers. But I mained Peach in Melee. Who did you mean?
In Melee, it was Roy, actually.
Roy! Roy's your boy.
Yeah, Roy's our boy. Roy's our boy.
Roy's our
I
boy.
I got told that apparently Marth was the meta, and was like,
Mm.
Marth just doesn't hit people as far. And Roy, if you got good with his side smashes, could just have crazy knockback. And since like I said, never got to the high level competitive stuff, I wasn't dealing with the folks that were necessarily able to do all of the crazy tech combos with Marth. And I would later on see videos or watch streams and see, oh, now I understand why Marth is considered one of the best in the game. But growing up, no, I was like, Marth, who needs the guy that's a little bit faster and hitting a third as hard? I'm gonna take the one who can swing the sword and send them flying.
Yeah, I remember enjoying playing as Roy a lot. I loved playing as Peach and Samus. Those were the
My younger
2 that are really,
sister
really
was good with Peach, and
mm.
just if you knew how to use Peach, I say this in the best way, she can be really annoying.
Oh,
Just she
I
can be
annoyed
really
my brother.
good at just
Mm.
like the base B attack, the little twirl, just
Yeah.
it had always a little bit more reach than you thought it did, and the classics of just the turnips
Oh,
and
yeah. Especially once you get lucky and you pull a
oh
bomb or
yeah,
something like that.
if you see the bomb or
Huge.
if you see that little sickly turnip that it's just get away, get away, get away, get away.
Yeah. Run, run from her, run from her. Yeah, every time I played as Peach, as a kid, I would always imitate the characters that I really like. So I would always say like, "Hacha,
Acha!
hacha, hacha," and like bump into someone that I knew. So she holds a special place in my heart as well.
Yeah,
Mm.
and I usually tended towards similar medium heavy characters, not DK, not Bowser, but my main in Brawl was Wolf. I was heartbroken when they took him
Oh.
away in
Oh,
the
yeah.
later games, but then fortunately brought
Mm.
him back in Ultimate. And he was very similar to Roy in terms of that, heavier, harder hitting than some of the similar fighters, but also not one of the giant lumbering slow characters. So I suppose I have a type, you could say.
Yeah, I think my main still carried over in Brawl, though I wish I had a recording of my reaction when a certain blue hedgehog showed up on the
Oh,
screen.
yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh,
It was so crazy. It was like the equivalent of the video of the kid, yelling Nintendo 64.
64!
Yeah, my
Yes!
brother and I was
So,
soy pointing.
and honestly, I don't know if this was the case where you grew up, but that when I was growing up, that there was the schoolyard rumor of being able to unlock Sonic in Melee, and the rumor varied of you need to hit every name in the credits in order to unlock
Mm.
him. That it was just nigh impossible or do some other silly thing. So seeing Sonic brought into Brawl almost felt like the fulfillment of a prophecy.
Oh, it was huge. It was crazy. I remember like screaming. I was losing my mind. I was like, wait, 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 wait,
I feel like
Sonic?
I feel like everyone has at least one Smash reveal where it was just, flipping out over the moon for them.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from Sonic, because, as we will get to, I've been actively sandbagging Sonic. Don't worry, we will get there. Apart from Sonic, were there any other characters that you were just super hyped to see get into Smash?
Oh my goodness. Okay, the one that I was the second biggest reaction I ever gave to a Smash reveal was actually Bayonetta. I was losing my
Ooh.
mind. Yes, I was like so happy because Bayonetta is one of my favorite characters of all time. So being able to see her in a game that I really, really adored, I was like, yes, 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 she's being acknowledged. My girl, Miss Bayonetta, right over here. And I was just losing my mind. So I would say Bayonetta would be my second. Mm.
Mm, uh, uh, like, I have a friend who was just a diehard Banjo-Kazooie fan, and that he had been
Oh.
theorizing for years of Banjo getting into Smash 4, was heartbroken when he didn't, and then the day that Banjo got in, just I messaged him, was like, it, dude, happened, and he sent me back a recording of him just crying, like actually not joking, sobbing with joy, and just it's so cool that Smash has become this big thing that has become so far-reaching with so many different series, and that you know yeah, do I think that for all the good it's done for Fire Emblem, maybe they have a couple too many characters? Maybe, but it's so fun and exciting to have those reveals and people being hyped for some of their favorite characters to get in the series. I think for me, there wasn't an individual reveal, but
Mm.
the everyone is here for the initial reveal of Ultimate for
Yes.
some reason just really hit me of just like, wow, they actually are bringing everyone that naturally I was very happy because it meant that Wolf and a couple of the other characters that had been
Mm.
removed were coming back. But that wasn't quite a reveal of just, they'd been in, so the idea of them coming back wasn't impossible. It felt totally realistic, but something about them just, Snake pops out of the box and it's like, okay, cool. So Snake is back. But then
Yeah.
everyone is here and that sort of click of like, no, they didn't.
Yeah, it was so huge. I would give anything to go back to just, relive those reveals because even like I remember losing my mind when Ridley was announced. I was like, Ridley's gonna be in Smash. Ridley's gonna be in Smash. Please, please, please. I'm on my hands and knees. And then once Ridley was announced, I was like screaming. We made it like a whole event. Where my friends and I would, hang out, especially for like the Nintendo Directs, and just watch it together. And like the reaction we'd give to like any character, really, we'd like freak out. And
Yeah.
with everyone is here, everyone's like, "What? You know what this means? Everyone, everyone, everyone!" And it was such a good time. And I look back to those memories and I just think of them so fondly. It was so cool.
I don't know. I'm assuming we will inevitably get another Smash Brothers, that it's just too successful a series to not eventually continue. At the same time, do let Sakurai rest. And also, Sakurai, if you just retire after Ultimate, I wouldn't blame the man. That man deserves his sleep. Sakurai
Yes.
has done so much, and just also, he's one of those folks that I look at and say, "Are you a vampire? How are you? How do you look so young and spry and like
Mm.
just for all the stuff he's done, the lack of sleep that we all know he gets or doesn't get, just like how do you look so good?"
Yeah. Oh my goodness, he looks ageless. I mean, like just pull a picture back from years ago.
It,
Looks the same.
him and Araki Sensei, the manga for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure,
Yeah.
just I'm convinced. I don't even watch JoJo's. I just know that it's a story about vampires, and I'm convinced that it's actually just Araki's autobiography.
Oh yeah, Araki just, took a hold of the mask and turned himself into one himself. Yep, yep,
Like
that's
he's in
exactly what
his
happened.
60s, I think.
He
Looks
looks
like he's
very, very
40.
young. Yes, he looks very young. I don't even believe that Sakurai's in his mid-50s. What do you mean? You're
Yeah,
lying to
no
me.
way.
He
No
was born
way.
yesterday.
Dude, that guy can't be beyond 35.
It's so crazy to me, but I wouldn't blame him if, if Sakurai decides, Ultimate's the last one, or if they decide to work on another one, I'd be like, oh great, I'm excited. That means I get to share my excitement with everyone because I'm a streamer now.
Yeah. Or
But
Sakurai,
yeah.
Sakurai, if you want to make Kirby Air Ride 2, if you ever want to make Kirby Air
Oh,
Ride 2, please, please Sakurai, that's all I ever wanted.
oh, you really like Kirby Air Ride? I still need
I
to really
adore
play that
Kirby
game.
Air Ride, or I should say I adore City Trial.
Mmm, that's another game I want to stream. I did play a little bit, but I really want to stream and get to know it a lot more. Because growing up, I didn't pick up that game. My neighbors did, and I only played just a teensy weensy bit, but not
It's the
enough to say that I
multiplayer
really
that
liked
makes it. The normal races are fine. They're not
it. Mm,
bad, but it's nothing to write home about. The thing that really makes that game is City Trial, and I feel like it has to be played with friends that you can play against bots, and it's better than nothing, but it's just not the same as just classic couch co-op. I've said many times on this very show, I would pay full price, like $60 new game price tag, if Nintendo just released City Trial with online functionality. Like, not
really?
even the rest of the game. If it was just that game mode, they don't need to remaster it. They don't need to do any sort of update, just a straight port. I will pay $60 for that to be able to play City Trial online with my friends.
Really? Oh man, I'm gonna have to give that another shot. I really want to get into Kirby too. I think the aesthetic of Kirby is so so cute, and I'm a big big fan of Waddle Dee. I love Waddle
Yeah,
Dee.
and well, Kirby is a pseudo platformer, and I will also just say
Mm,
Kirby games are easier than most.
okay.
The difficulty can be in if you're trying to 100% them, that there's a couple sort of extra challenges that you can do in the games, and some of those
Mm,
can be pretty tricky. Some of them can be outright frustrating. But in terms of being able to just play through a Kirby game start to credits without necessarily trying to 100% everything, that, let's just say, will be definitely less frustrating than Billy Hatcher.
Okay, I'll keep that
But
in
they're also just
mind.
so fun. They all have their own charms, and that it's that good balance of it's not such a cakewalk that it's ever boring,
Mm,
but it's also you're probably not going to have to try something more than like 5 times, really. Maybe a
okay.
couple of the late bosses might require a few more, but it's something that you can figure it out and just have a good time. It feels good as you complete it, but that it's not. It's so rarely frustrating.
Really? Okay, so comfy, cozy platforming game and series.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. There's so many games I need to play. I'm really happy to have this problem though,
Yeah.
because
Oh,
last year I just didn't have that problem at all. Okay.
I feel like that's a problem everybody has, that we have so many good games, shows, everything to just watch and play, that everyone has their list. And every time you cross one thing off your list, 5 things get added to the list.
Yes, that's exactly what happened once after Mascot March was done. I was like, I didn't have this problem last year because I would just go through my Steam list and I'm like, I don't know what to play. I don't know what game to start because I didn't, open up the platforming gates. I just played whatever was comfortable to me and whatever I played before. And I'm like, oh, I want to add this game. Oh, I want to add this game. I want to try this series. I want to get into this next time. And now I have a whole list of different games I need to play. And I'm pretty solid that I have like enough content for the next few years.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But as you mentioned, gaming used to not be your content at all, that you used to be almost exclusively an art streamer.
Yes, I started out playing just a teensy little like amounts of games, like Bayonetta, Mario Kart, things that are like more comforting to me because that's what I'm familiar with. But I was very, very shy to share first experiences with myself. I was a little insecure about not being good at video games because I would watch so many different streamers and they're so amazing and they play well, or and that's something that I was just a little shy about. But what I really love is to draw, and I thought it would be neat to just stream my art and the process of it, sharing my playlist with my music, and just at a more relaxed environment. So when I first started to stream, I would say like again like 80% of my streams were art streams. I think I have like well over nearly 200 hours of the category streamed, and I just like would start from my sketch or midway to my line art or started my rendering, just start at some point of my art and just stream it, and whoever pops by and we'll have a chat. Mm.
Mm, I actually can't recall. Was art ever business for you? That did you ever do commissions? Was that ever something you pursued professionally, or was art just a creative outlet?
I would say it was more so a creative outlet. I did have those dreams and aspirations to like one day become like an artist full time back when I was, in school. I wanted to be a mangaka. I wanted to be a mangaka and move to Japan and write a comic about my OCs. But then after a while, I drew like from 10 to 15 hours a day as a hobby. I did occasionally accept commissions here and there. But then I realized that if I ever get burnt out because of, commissions and making as something like my livelihood, I would probably kind of ruin my love for it, and I didn't want that. So, I made the decision to keep it strictly as a hobby. Sometimes make it a little bit of a hustle, and open up commissions and offer, services, and every once in a while. But I would say like keep it strictly as a hobby. Yes.
I very much respect that approach, and that I've done that with several things, including VTuber Talk, of just,
Mm.
all right, there's something that I really enjoy and that I want to do it regularly, but I also don't want it to become a job, just because, like you said, burnout is something that is very perilous, and especially when it's something that you are trying to do to make ends meet, and especially if it is in really any form of art or entertainment. It doesn't matter if it's singing, acting, visual art, other things like that. That one, it's just going to be very tough to be able
Mhm.
to actually make the income something that is truly sustainable. And if you push yourself while you're trying to do that to the point where you burn out, not only have you not actually been able to make ends meet, then you also probably have stress and or just negative feelings toward this other thing that you used to love, and that sucks.
Yeah. It's one of those things I definitely heavily considered because a lot of my friends at the time, they were artists as well. A lot of them even told me like it's really, really difficult because, social media is a big aspect to being an artist and
Yeah.
worrying about the algorithm. If, you post something and if it hits, great, great, this will mean more followers, number go up, mean money go up. And I didn't want to worry about those sorts of things. I wanted to enjoy art as like a creative outlet for me and not let it, be tainted to like the worries of stress and anxiety and
Mhm.
like making it like a livelihood for for myself and kind of ruin it a little bit. And those who do make art as their career, I kneel. It's very difficult and they're very, very strong to, keep pushing forward to worry about social media and those different aspects just to make ends meet and also like taking care of themselves too so they don't
Mhm.
get that burnout and also it affects you not only mentally, it affects you physically. A lot of people have like back problems, wrist problems because of long hours of drawing, and that was something that I noticed myself too when I was like, I would say it was about 5 years ago, 5 to 7 years ago, I started to notice like my back started to hurt, my shoulder specifically, because of the position that I would sit in. I would hunch over, I would shrimp, and
Mhm.
after drawing for like 30 minutes to an hour, my shoulder would start killing me. It would hurt so much, and I had to relax a little bit. And I just think to myself, if I made this as a job, it'd probably be something like I have to, pull through because I have to make money.
Yeah. Now, some folks were just doodling very early on in their lives. Some people took an art class when they were in elementary school and sort of fell in love with it. You told me that your love of drawing began with, quote, a Sonic X card, a highlighter, and a pen.
Yes. Oh, yes. I was very, very young. My parents bought my brother and I a pack of Sonic X trading cards.
I didn't even know
And
Sonic X had trading cards. I mean, I'm not terribly shocked to learn about this, but it, I I was into TCGs a fair bit. I did not know there was a Sonic TCG or CCG or what have you.
yes, they bought me like a set of cards, and I didn't really even play the game. I just loved looking at them. I wake up every Saturday morning to watch Sonic X with my brother,
Gotta go
and
fast.
gotta go fast. And I would also go on YouTube. I would watch AMVs. I would watch recolors of characters, and what was really popular at the time were recolors of Sonic X screen caps. And they would make their own OCs on MS Paint, and there was like a specific way to like outline the screen cap where you're able to easily color in the lines and make your own OC. And I didn't really know how to get started with that, with MS Paint, with any art program whatsoever. And I was like thinking to myself, what can I do in the meantime to do my own recolor? And I thought, oh, I have these Sonic X trading cards. I might as well recolor that. And I grabbed a highlighter, a pen, and an Amy Sonic X card, and then I just started working on it, and eventually I made my first Sonic OC, Layla the Hedgehog, who was basically a yellow Amy with fuchsia colored dress. So, um, she was like my pride and joy. I hung it up on the wall. I showed my parents. I showed my brother, and I was super, super excited that I created an OC because my enjoyment of media in general is kind of like um implementing myself in that universe, imagining myself, what would I do in this world? And
Hmm.
that's where my inspirations kind of start and the creativity starts to flow where I create an OC that's meant for this universe and this environment. And um the first one was Sonic, where I would think to myself, if I created a character, like, what kind of character would she be? How would she react here in this world of Sonic? And I really liked Amy Rose's character design. I was actually jealous of her as a kid. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make an OC and call her Layla because I like that name. And it all started there. And then afterwards, I thought to myself, oh, I might as well get on the computer and figure out MS Paint. And I started creating Sonic X3 colors. I started drawing on, you know, paper and started drawing Layla all over the place. And yeah, that's how it started.
And to be fair, that's how it started for a lot of folks. Of just, eh, there's, I don't want to say stereotype, but there's sort of the meme almost of, oh, my Sonic OC. And the reason it is such a meme is because, yeah, a lot of people had Sonic OCs, that Sonic was very popular, but it also, for whatever reason, you could probably do an academic study or just sort of analysis of why was it that the Sonic fandom in particular had that creative drive and angle, which, self-inserts and OCs have always been a thing in really every media that goodness knows growing up, that, I thought about what it'd be like to be a Pokemon trainer or, different
Mm,
superhero worlds. And that even though you see that a lot in a lot of other media and franchises, that OCs in Sonic, for whatever reason, seem to just be much more numerous, or at the very least, the people who were into it posted it a lot more than others.
yeah.
And I have no educated guess as to why or how that ended up being the case, but it did, and that it's really cool that Sonic was able to just inspire that level of creativity in so many folks, and that, for you, that went from not just, all right, drawing it once or twice, but it became a actual passion and doing art beyond Sonic. And that's just so cool that the blue hedgehog that was just supposed to go fast also ended up being an artistic inspiration for countless people.
hmm It's really, really cool. And there's so many talented people out there. Started out with, creating a Sonic OC. I wasn't supposed to be on DeviantArt because I was underage, but I still joined anyways. And it was like a flood of different Sonic OCs. I would go on YouTube and recolors would be all over the place. For me, I think the reason why I decided to choose a Sonic OC was not only because of my passion of Sonic as a franchise, but I feel like the characters themselves were much simpler to draw in comparison to like a Pokemon trainer, with like the human anatomy themselves. Like I feel like Sonic as as the art is, you don't have to follow any rules with anatomy. You can kind of just, it's
Yeah,
so stylized in a way where you can kind of make it where whatever you want it to be.
that's an interesting observation of, it's anthropomorphized and humanoid enough that it's something that you can identify with.
Mhm.
It's not quite animalistic enough that you have the full-on mental separation, and that, like you were saying, the designs are both streamlined in the sense of you don't need to worry too much about, the knee joints, and the arms are able to be just sort of noodly, and that you don't have to worry about drawing muscles and different things like that. So it's just easier to approach, and that makes it feel more satisfying, I would suppose, because I say this as somebody who has really no artistic ability whatsoever, but just, if you're trying something new, that to feel like you have even a marginal level of success early on in a process, I think helps you want to continue that process and that learning. And that if you're trying to make something look like a human, if you're trying to make something look like manga or anime, it's probably not going to feel very good the first several dozen times because it's difficult. Drawing human anatomy is just very difficult. The body
Oh,
is
yeah.
surprisingly complex,
Very
but
complex. Mm.
with those characters, since they have the simpler designs, that you know, a kid or just someone who doesn't have a lot of artistic training can feel like they got close on their first shot, and that even if it's not the best, that they can look and say, all right, it feels similar enough that I'm on the right path and that I did something right here, and that they'll want to keep doing it.
Yep.
So that's actually a really interesting thought of just that, the combination of it being a little bit more simple and just it being in the middle of still being human and identifiable, but not too far on one end of that spectrum.
Mhm.
Dang,
Yeah,
now I really do want somebody to do like an actual academic case study on this.
it's so cool. I mean, even just talking about this, it's just like I get so excited because, I get to relive those memories. Because back when I was a kid, I would hang out with my friends and we would grab like a box of chalk, go outside and just draw Sonic. We drew like a side profile of Sonic. That was the only thing we drew. It was just the side profile of Sonic. And
Iconic.
yes, so we would just look at pictures, online, print them out, and then took them outside and just drew Sonic. I feel like Sonic has such an iconic and identifiable design where he's just easy to draw too, and like you can tell, like okay, blue, the spikes,
It's the
the
big spikes, the
muzzle.
big eyes, the nose, the mouth.
Yeah, it's Sonic, and it's very, very simple too. And what really stands out as well is just the gloves, the shoes, the
Yeah,
colors, all of that. Once you get those aspects, understand them, understand the shapes, and the shapes are very easy. I would say in comparison to like a human, they're very large, blobby. Start drawing, and once you get that, those aspects down, next thing you know, you have an OC. You just gotta choose an animal you really like, and, as
mhm.
a kid, kids are super into, like, animals, the horse girls, the wolf girls. It was very, very popular back then, so I feel like
I
it's
mean,
just
gestures
easy.
broadly at Uma Musume and plenty of other things. Look at half the characters in Genshin and ZZZ. That we had a whole rat girl thing recently. Of people are still into animal characters.
Yeah, and they're very, very popular, and I felt like, just the culmination of all those different things just created a boom.
Mhm.
Especially back in the day, like, with the Sonic X screen cap recolors, just drawing your Sonic OC. There was a lot of debates whether, like, "Oh, is your Sonic OC more, like, creative? Is it just a copy?" All those different things. I feel like even the good, the bad, it just became so popular, and I got sucked into it, and I
I
spent
just
countless hours.
I'm very familiar with just falling into a fandom, and that it becomes a very unique type of joy and creativity of whatever artistic medium you choose to engage with, and then just sort of the world building, the ideating of, okay, how does this fit into the world, or fanfics, and there's so much that people are able to do with that, and that being able to find a series that sparks that level of creativity and joy is something that I feel like I hope everyone can have that experience at least once in their life. That some
Mhm.
people have it multiple times, some people never have it. I hope everyone can find it once, though, at the very least.
Me too. It's such a really nice feeling too, just to have that creative drive to just want to do something to share your emotions in some way, whether it be from drawing, writing, singing, dancing, even whatever you can do. It's amazing, and it's one of those things I'm really, really grateful that I stumbled upon, that thought, based on, me watching Sonic X and me going online and watching YouTube videos of other people creating and having that spark within me. It was such a nice feeling too, and because of that, I started to draw, and I stole my brother's computer because it had Photoshop CS2 on it, and
Aha!
and I just started going and creating and drawing and showing my parents, and they didn't even see that coming that I would want to be like an artist. But they were very, very happy to see my art, and I would take pictures off of some like really, really crappy camera, and I would just send them off on whatever email to other family members, like, "Oh, look at my
Aw.
Psycho-See." It's really silly, but it really made me happy. Mm.
And you actually sent me some of your works, and I'm gonna shift
Oh,
us
yeah.
over.
So, some of these works are very, very old, everyone. So, some of them you've never seen before.
Ooh, I didn't know
And
that. Exclusive here on Vtuber
yeah,
Talk. I feel so honored.
very, very exclusive. I've shown, there's a handful of them I've never shown anyone before.
So you sent all these to me, and they were just numbered, just numerically. I left them in the order you sent me,
Okay.
and I didn't look at them too closely. I just sort of made sure that they fit here on the screen.
Mm.
So I don't actually know what this one is from. I'm like instinct says Gundam, but no, people don't get into Gundams quite that way. So I'm blanking on what this is from.
So, it's from a MMO RPG called Cosmic Break, and it's a game that is very, very niche. Not a lot of people know about this game. But when I first started gaming, I my first like online game I would say was Toontown Online, and then I got into anime, and then I found this game from an ad, and it sparked my love of mecha girls and anime in general. I've always been into anime, but this just like sealed the deal. Like, I love anime, and so I drew Shino X Road, and I heavily referenced a lot of these pieces because as a kid I didn't have no idea how to draw like mechs and anime girls in general. So I looked at a picture of Shino, and I just started drawing on Paint Tool Sai, and this is like a really, really old piece from 2011. So, I remember I discovered luminosity dodge, a glow dodge, to make everything shiny, and I was like, "Oh, this is really cool. I'm gonna make this piece really, really shiny."
Very
And
shiny.
very, very shiny. So I remember drawing this one. It took me a while because I was like kind of eyeballing it.
And also, to
But
be fair, mechs, i- humans are difficult in one way, mechs are difficult in another way.
yes. Oh, they're quite difficult. And but thanks to Cosmic Break, I got into like mecha girls and mechs in general. So I was like, I want to draw something like this today. And eventually kind of got the knack for it. And yeah, it was really fun to draw this one.
Yeah, I'm looking up the game right now, and one of the first results on just Google Images for it is what I can only assume was one of those ads that catch it, and it was like, okay, I see, because you see, similar aesthetic ads and whatnot now, and that it actually kind of makes me wonder. I look at this and say, oh, I can see how this would be very popular. This would appeal to a lot of people. Was it? You said it was a MMO.
Yeah.
Hmm. It almost makes me surprised that it didn't last. But then again, there were a lot of MMOs that came and went back in the day, and even now, to be fair.
Yeah, that I feel like the gacha pay to win aspect kind of ruined the game, but
Hmm.
I really like the character designs, and I just saw like the moe mecha action with a blonde-haired girl and a bunch of different, really, really cute girls, and I was like, okay, click.
Hmm. And I
And
suppose
downloaded the game. Mm.
it also has it, Mecha Girls and Mega Man have aesthetic similarities. So,
Mhm.
given your interest and positive memories with Mega Man, I can actually see sort of the through line here of how one goes into the other.
Yep. Yep. And I believe it also started with Fireball Charming, which was like a Disney Channel like short series, and there was a character called Drossel, who was like a humanoid girl, and she was
Yep.
really, really cute and looked like Hatsune Miku, and I was like, "Oop, she's really
Looks
cute."
like, yeah, looks like Hatsune Miku plus Eve from Wally.
E from Wally. Yep, true. Yep. As soon as I saw her, I'm like, "Oh, I love her so much. Drossel, my beloved." And I was already like a big Vocaloid head, and I love Hatsune Miku. So her having the twin tails, I was hooked. So I watched everything.
I've never actually heard of this. I'm not surprised to see something like this existed, but I guess part of it was I didn't really watch much Disney Channel growing up. I mostly watched Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. But if anything, this feels more like Cartoon Network fare than Disney Channel fare.
Yep. I believe it was only released in Japan, so it never like
Oh,
went
okay.
to the US. Yeah. So it's
That
one of those things I
that
stumbled upon on
explains it.
YouTube.
Mm.
Yeah, but I was very, very I was very chronically on YouTube when I was a kid. I
And
was
so it makes
watching
its way to
everything.
you anyways.
So I think it's because of Drossel, I started getting into mecha girls and like very futuristic aspects of things and seeing Cosmic Break, Mega Man, all those things. I'm very surprised I'm not like a mecha VTuber myself now.
Let's see, what is this next one? Ah, of course, a Sonic OC. So is this yours?
Yes, it's my Sonic OC. Layla underwent a design change. So Layla was like, I don't have any super super old pictures of Layla. Unfortunately, I had like a hard drive failure a long time ago,
Oh
and I lost everything. I
no!
lost everything. And me being a kid, I didn't know much about like computers and that could exist. And I just was like, where did everything go? And I lost years of work, hours of work.
Oh, that's
But
heartbreaking.
yeah, so there's one picture of Layla. She's purple. She has an eye patch. And I remember drawing this. I think it's also 2011, 2012. I got into like Paint Tool Sai again with the shiny glow dodge. I like the textures. I would
The
Google
texture
like
here is really good that when I first saw it, I wasn't sure if this was colored pencils.
I was like super super into like making things look that way. So I would just Google different textures online, slap it on overlay. I'm like, oh, this looks good.
Yeah,
All right, post.
no, that's how people learn, especially when they're using, whether it be Clip Studio or other programs that you look up examples and you look up filters, and that most folks start out tracing or just eyeballing similarities, and that if you were to tell me that this was a new character in the newest Sonic game, I would absolutely say, oh yeah, I can believe that. That honestly, I think the eye patch makes it that it just adds enough of something that, I say this in the most positive way. It's just
Mm,
that little bit of extra edginess that.
yeah. Yeah, I made her. I was super. Well, I'm still really into Metroid, but Samus Aran is one of my favorite characters, so I wanted to make her a bounty hunter. So I
Ah,
wanted to give those
okay.
aspects like, oh, I'm gonna give her an eye patch because she got hurt in one of her
Mm,
missions, and so there was a piece a long time ago I drew of Layla where she had an outfit like a suit very very similar to Zero Suit Samus's with the blue. Um, so she was a very big inspiration to Layla too. So I was like, I want to make her a bounty hunter. She's so cool.
yeah.
Hmm.
Just this is very clean. Like I said, I'm not an artist. Perhaps I'm easily impressed. I don't know, but the the hands, while they, I suppose, would probably be mechanically easy, that if you make them too big, they're gonna look weird. If you make them too small, they're gonna look weird. I think just the sizing is done well. That she has the long legs that are very iconic of Sonic characters, but that it's the right length of long, for lack of a better term. That the proportions look right here.
Yeah, I definitely had a bunch of different folders of artists that I admired and official Sonic art. And I remember as a kid, I would study, the proportions, like how big the hands should be, or like, if anything, I realize like different artists have different interpretations. So like the size of the hands and feet are just entirely up to them. Like I mean, like the Sonic art in comparison to like the 3D models are significantly different. But still, nonetheless, I would just study them and think to myself, oh, this is a good size for a hand, or this is the good size for like the feet and the head. And I just kind of went with it. And I would draw Layla over and over again, or like some new Sonic OC that I created, and then use, the studying, and implementing it in my work.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So this one looks like it's possibly also a Sonic OC, but I'm not sure.
So, this is in 2009, and this is the first picture I drew on Photoshop CS2. So I
Oh,
was
wow,
able
this
to
is a
recover that one.
historical piece.
This is the first picture. So I drew traditionally for a while, and then I got my hands on Photoshop because my brother's computer came with it for free, and I'm like, I'm stealing this computer now. And this was drawn on mouse, and I wouldn't say I drew this one. I just kind of like did like a recolor probably, and I made a OC similar to like Sailor Moon characters because I was super into Sailor Moon at the time. I'm like, I'm gonna make a magical girl. And so I did. And I just started drawing and using whatever effects that they had in the layers. I started understanding layers and, um, like the glow dodge too. And it was a good time, but looking back, I kind of cringe at it.
And I actually missed just the way that I had sized everything. The 9 got cut off, so I initially saw 200, and now that you mentioned 2009, I went back and looked and said, oh, I was coming out that you did date this.
Yep, I wrote 2009 on it, and yeah, that was the first picture I worked on digitally, and I'm really happy I still have the picture, but I don't really show many people this because I would get a little embarrassed.
Well, if
But
anything,
it was.
having 2009 on here, it creates that context. It says, okay, this isn't something that I just made now. This
Mm.
isn't a new work. This isn't my best work. You can see that this is, oh, Jesus, 15 years ago. Time. Why is time on?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
But I think, the fact that 2009, this now goes beyond cringe. This is now nostalgic. This is, oh, look at, young Rudy. She was doing her best, and look how far she's come.
Mm. Yep, and I wanted to make a cat girl and just grabbed aspects from character designs that I
Mhm.
like, colors that I liked, and I like the I don't even know, like the blue, purple, and the green and the brown hair. I'm like, oh, these characters are so cute. Like, liking characters from Sailor Moon, Winx Club, all those different things, and
Yeah.
implementing that art. Mm.
Yeah, and I can definitely get that vibe from it. Just the skirt and the high leggings and everything, and also the sleeves. That
Mm.
just a early 2000s magical girl genre in the West, because it's looking back, it's such an interesting thing that naturally Sailor Moon very much galvanized the genre, and
Mm.
I would credit it with introducing magical girls to mainstream culture in the West. Um,
Yes.
I don't know enough historically to say, I don't necessarily know if it could be credited with making it mainstream in Japan, but definitely I would say, in North America. And that then, like you mentioned, that you get Winx Club and you get a lot of similar ones that are really drawing off of sort of the format and the general aesthetics of Sailor Moon. And it there aren't too many instances where mainstream American media has taken cues from Japan in that way.
Mm. Yeah, it was a big inspiration. I remember like going on YouTube, watching episodes in 10 parts,
Yeah.
180p.
Oh, the
That was
classics. 10
oh, it was
parts,
my
so geez,
jam.
oh, that's rough. That usually I was able to find them in 3 parts for the shows that I was looking at, and considered myself lucky to be able to have
Oh,
them in 3. The 10-part
Yeah.
ones, you were the real troopers.
Oh my goodness, some of them were like a few minutes long, and I'm like, I just like want to rip my hair out. I'm like, I want to keep watching. Why are these like only a few minutes long?
Hmm.
And just go from there.
Well, at the very least, back in those days, they didn't have ads.
True. At least there's that. Oh yeah, and Tokyo Mew Mew too. Tokyo Mew Mew was a big
Yeah.
inspiration as well because I was on 4 Kids, I believe. I remember
Mm.
watching that as well. So anything magical girls, I'm into, and so I wanted to create an OC. I didn't really do much with her. I think Layla was like at the forefront of my mind, so I was like, oh, she's really cute. I never gave her a name either. But yeah, I was really happy with this, and I thought to myself, oh, I was able to create something digitally,
Still
and
better than I
hopefully
can make today, I'll tell you that much.
what? Oh, Jesus, what the? But yeah,
Now this one almost looks like it could have been Rudy 1.0 or like 0.5. Is this one of your own conceptual designs for your model, or does this just happen to share a lot of aesthetics?
so before I did like a mini rebrand to Rurika Komorin, I started out my streams as Miss Pumpkin. So I started out as a PNG, and this is Miss Pumpkin. This
Oh,
was
okay. I just
created.
need to read up on my Rudy lore then. So, well, at the very least, my instinct was like, okay, this looks really similar.
Yeah, so Rurika was Miss Pumpkin, and this was back in 2009, I want to say. I think it was a little bit around that time, 2009 to 2011, around there. And that was like one of the first sketches I made of Miss Pumpkin. I was very, very inspired by Tato from, the Utoloid, and I really liked Elizabeth from Black Butler. I really liked Umineko. And I just grabbed those inspirations and created an OC from, my love of Halloween. And along with another character that's from Cosmic Break, but that was super, super Halloween themed. So I grabbed aspects from her too. And I remember drawing Miss Pumpkin, that drawing. It was in October, and I remember I had the window open. I was in the zone. I was just really feeling it. Had Halloween music playing in the background. I
So,
had the. Oh, go ahead.
making sure I'm understanding, it's not. So, you initially concepted Miss Pumpkin in 2009. Was this concept art done in 2009?
Yeah,
You went from this to this in less than a year?
yeah.
Holy cow! Like, you could have told me that this was several years removed. This is so, like, I do not mean to disparage the earliest drawing, but the
Yep.
difference, the
Yep, it was a
advancement
couple
is
years.
it's so significant for less than a year.
Yep, I got my hands
Wow.
on a tablet. That's what happened. Because this was probably like 2009, 2010. So I don't know if the year in like by heart, but
Even if
um,
it was a whole year apart, that's what a leap.
I was able to get my hands on a Wacom bamboo tablet. Um, my parents was super, super kind and got me one, and that changed the game forever.
Mm, that is
Cause like,
true. Okay, that's fair. So, because you did mention that the early drawing was done with a mouse.
yeah, so the early one was done with a
Okay.
mouse,
All right,
and
that
yeah.
explains as well. If anything, that makes the other one even more impressive that you did that with a mouse.
Yeah, I remember spending a lot of time, and yeah, Miss Pumpkin. At that point, I was drawing for like 5, 10 hours a day. So, even studying up, you know, inspirations from Pixiv, DeviantArt, I found a lot of art. My biggest inspiration at that time was actually Sayori, who was the creator of Nekopara. So I knew of Sayori before the game came out.
Hmm.
Um, so you can kind of tell from the eye shape and some of the anatomy of it was very, very similar to vanilla as well. So because of that, I just started, doodling a bunch of different characters, and then eventually on DeviantArt there was the RP group, and I wanted to join that said RP group. And I was thinking to myself, oh, I want to create an OC. I love Halloween. I love Umineko. I love this hairstyle from Tato and Elizabeth. I'm gonna create a brand new OC, and she's stuck with me ever since. She's been my main character, and the reason why I'm as Duty today is because of this character right here.
Well, I can definitely see the evolution, the consistency there. Also, I need to say, these pumpkin bombs are freaking adorable. Like, the pumpkin bombs are generic enough that I feel like you could bring these back as you are now, and that it already also matches one of your emotes, which we've seen in chat multiple times tonight, which I just really enjoy anyways. But like, I feel like it's that, but just this screams marketable plushie.
Yeah, I love pumpkins, and I did actually grab the pumpkin bombs from Spider-Man because of the Green Goblin.
Green Goblin wishes his pumpkin bombs looked this cute.
Yeah. Oh, I remember I was like, damn, the Green Goblin's actually pretty wicked. And my brother was super into Spider-Man, and I watched, the Raimi movies all the time.
Willem
And
Dafoe
I'm like,
was that was the first time I saw Willem Dafoe as an actor. I can't even remember the second time that I saw him, but I will always associate him with being the Green Goblin.
yes, it was such an iconic role, and I loved the little pumpkin bomb. So I was like, I'm gonna make that, but for Miss Pumpkin. And yeah, they stuck around for a while. I should honestly bring them back because I think they're so cute too. I incorporated pumpkins on my designs, but there's like an art someone drew for me of her holding the pumpkin bombs, and I'm like, that'd be really cute to bring back and have Judy playing tricks with the pumpkin bombs and throwing things around.
And I also love the pumpkin hair clip. I'm not even sure what it would technically count as, but just the pumpkin in her hair works very nicely. That you could have two in that it would almost be pumpkin hair buns, but the way that it works with the hair drills, and also really good hair drills, by the way. Like, those are clean. And
Yeah.
it adds a very nice accent.
Yeah.
It's very good. I like it.
Thank you. I became like a hair drill expert because I wouldn't stop drawing girls with twin drills. I love girls with twin tails. It's just one of those things that I just adore. And twin drills, once I saw characters like Elizabeth and Tato, I'm like, holy moly, I like this a lot. So she stuck with the hair drills for quite a while. And then I eventually switched it over to twin tails, but yeah, thank you.
Let's see, this next one. So, you mentioned that there was a character from Cosmic Break that had an outfit that sort of inspired Miss Pumpkin. So I looked it up, and it's Peppo Pucci, I believe.
Yeah.
And this outfit, again, looks reminiscent of Peppo Pucci's outfit.
Yep. She's one of my favorite characters from that game. So
Now,
I
is this
definitely...
just Miss Pumpkin again? Actually, now that I'm looking at it more clear, because I'm seeing the hair drills again. Wasn't quite sure since there's the wings on this one, though.
Yep. So Miss Pumpkin has gone through a lot of design changes, a lot of them. And I would do basically every year, I would just, redraw Miss Pumpkin and just change her design just because I just enjoyed designing characters to a certain degree.
She was doing model updates a decade before she was a VTuber.
And I had a friend, I commissioned a friend to draw her. So this was not drawn by me. This was just rendered by me. So they sketched it out and I just rendered it. So I gave her the wings and the head wings because I loved Morgan so much. So I feel like...
Okay, yes. Now that you mention it, I'm seeing these all come together.
Yep. So I feel like Miss Pumpkin, especially early on, is just like all of like a group of things that I adored into one character.
That's very natural. That's what a lot of OCs end up being. It's just okay, I like this thing and this thing and this thing, so let's just mash them together, and that's me.
Yep. As soon as you look at Miss Pumpkin and just start to notice those sorts of things, like, oh, she likes Cosmic Break. Oh, she likes Morgan Island. All those different things. You really get to know me, and I thought that was really neat. Um, but yeah, that's I think this was like 2014, 2015, around there.
Mm.
Mm.
And see, what I'll do in between this next one is I'm gonna actually grab one of the images of Peppo from Cosmic Break just to sort of
Yeah.
show the similarities because I it, it's a really good artist. Don't know how to properly phrase this stuff. Of just you did a really good job of taking inspiration of. I clearly see the similarities, but it's not a one-for-one trace of that dress.
Mm.
That the way that you adapted it for Miss Pumpkin is still very much your own. I really like it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I love Peppa a lot. I think she's so cute. Once I saw her design, I thought to myself, "Oh, I should incorporate it with Miss Pumpkin's design." So I wish I still had all like the sketches that I created because I it took quite a while to design Miss Pumpkin to just make her the way that I wanted her to be. But after seeing Peppo and a bunch of different characters, I thought that she was perfect. I almost thought about even naming Miss Pumpkin Peppo, but I thought that was like a little too on the nose. But
Hmm.
then I listened to a song from Hachi, who was, a Vocaloid producer, and the title had Miss Pumpkin on it. And I thought to myself, oh, I'll just name her Miss Pumpkin because I really like the song.
Yeah.
Mm, Miss Bumpkin. Boy.
Just dragging that one in right now. That over there. That goes where that should be. Yeah.
Mm,
Boop. Boop. And this one is Peppo. Yeah.
yeah, that is Peppo. She's a support unit, so she can heal, give little special powers to her teammates. And she really likes candy too, and she comes from a different planet that I guess like she travels around different planets to play tricks on people and to get sweets.
It's a good life.
Yes, it
Mm-hmm.
is.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cute.
And that we
I
can
like
very clearly see the way that you had, naturally orange dress, but orange for pumpkins, that particular shade is going to be pretty universal. But the way that you use the black lines for the dress, and that it's not quite segmented, but
mm,
that it creates the illusion of segments and sort of a texture, for lack of a better term, and that while hers goes the entire length of the dress, that you have yours just on the upper areas, but that they create the really nice accents.
yeah. I thought her thigh highs were really cute, so I incorporated that with that sketch right there, with the stripes and her
Mm-hmm.
bow. I really like the hot pink. I thought about making Miss Pumpkin like kind of like a robot too, because all these characters from Cosmic Break, they're like mecha girls, and I thought implementing that would be cute, but sometimes drawing those little pieces can be a little hard. So I decided to opt out on
Make
that
make your life a little bit easier. It's like, okay, I want to do this, but do I really want to have to deal with that every time I draw
every time.
her?
Yep.
I
Uh,
respect the practicality there. I feel like I
yeah.
probably would have done the same and said, well, write in lore that there's maybe some mechanical parts and it's just, like not visible. It's like maybe there's like internals or that the mechanical part is mechanical elbows or something that's already underneath the clothing, so I don't need to draw it every time, but that way you can work it in the character and not create extra work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm,
This next one is a close-up of Miss Pumpkin, again with the sort of Morgana wings And this time the pumpkin, instead of being sort of a larger accessory, is a smaller hair clip, but
Mhm.
still has a lot of the personality there. And this is the first one where, uh, admittedly, folks, all of this art is going to look a lot crunchier than the actual files because just having to scale it down to fit on my canvas and not have it take up the entire screen is going to reduce the quality. That is entirely on my end.
Mm.
But that you see more eye texture in this one and starting to sort of work in, the, for lack of a better term, the anime eyes and having the little sparkles or stars in there.
Yeah, so that was Miss Pumpkin before I started VTubing. So that was the last design. I made her very, very simple with just a very simple, like a pumpkin dress. I kept the head wings from Morrigan. I made them purple instead to just have them stand out a bit more. Just to separate from like the orange from the dress. I gave her a little bit of a tan, changed the hair color a bit. I made her instead of the twin drills, I just had them as twin tails, but very, very curly twin tails. Um, so I did all those different things, and just started changing her hair a little bit, gave her some thicker eyebrows, and just kind of made her design a little bit more shrimple. Um, but yeah, I remember drawing this one, but that was like before like the VTuber boom. So I
But
would say I
at the
think
same
I
time, we can very clearly see the progression towards Ruri with this particular iteration because, like you mentioned, the drills aren't as prominent there, and that you went towards the twin tails, which you have now. This is the pumpkin hair clip that I mentioned, going from the earlier larger pumpkin, no pumpkin in the second one, but having the clip here. You have still today, and you have two of them.
Mhm. Yep.
And the way that you have sort of the lines here for the upper part of the dress, and even to a certain degree, the black sleeves, along with the shoulders, it's all very similar. That this is just a half step removed at this point from Ruri. So it's fun to
Yep.
actually see this sort of evolutionary process from one into the other.
Yep. Yep. I can see it. When I sent these pictures, I'm like, I can see it like just turning into Duty, like anamorphing to Duty. Oh yeah. Mm.
And this next one, I'm guessing, and this one looks admittedly much, much crunchier than it should. Again, that's just because I had to scale things down. I'll actually unlock this and we'll sort of zoom in on particular parts, but that we can
Yeah.
see it. This feels like, I'm guessing, was this Rudy 1.0 or one of the earlier concept arts?
So this is Miss Pumpkin. So when I first started
Okay, so
streaming,
this is still
this
technically Miss Pumpkin,
yep, this is still Miss Pumpkin.
and it's just
Um,
getting closer and closer to Ruri.
yeah. So this was the design I went with when I started streaming. So, on Twitter, people make their own introductory posts like, "Hi, I'm insert VTuber name here. I like to play insert games here or to draw." So this was my like intro post with my hashtags, my hashtag VTuber, VTuber Ian, all those things, just to kind of put myself out there. But this was something that I drew up, and I thought to myself, okay, so this is the year of was it 2022? I want to I want to be a VTuber. I don't know what design I want to go with. You know what? Might as well use Miss Pumpkin since she's
We've
my
already got a
main.
good one. Why mess
Yeah,
with a good thing? Or,
yeah,
at the very least, let's just iterate on the good thing.
yeah. So I was like, oh well. I mean, I don't really see a lot of like Halloween pumpkin VTubers, and I just wanted to show Miss Pumpkin to everyone. Like this is my creation. This is my pride and joy. I want to VTube as her. So I drew up a little reference sheet, and yeah, this is the first design I went with when I started streaming.
And we actually have, interestingly, so your sleeves now have the purple and blue, and you see it's not purple and blue here, but it's sort of greenish blue and orange.
Mm,
Interestingly, they're on the opposite sides of where they ended up now.
yep.
We have now both pumpkin hair clips, these hair clips being a little bit larger than the ones that you have now, but
Mm,
again, just you see this progression from one to the other. Also, just sort of more of the hair structure, and actually on this one, looking back again, that we see sort of, I don't know the term for sort of the hair flares right under
Yeah.
the wings that you still have under yours now, and that each step and the sleeves there, and it's still you. This whole time, it is so clearly you, and the iterations, while they have their differences, yeah, that it's really cool seeing this sort of phased evolution. I'm not sure if you did that deliberately when you sent me these files. Like I said, I just popped them in the order that you sent them to me.
Yeah.
So if you meant for this to end up sort of telling a story, you did a real good job. And if it was unintentional, congrats, you did it anyway.
Yippee! Yeah, that was my intention, so I'm glad it it worked out. Mm. But yeah, I remember, like, I was so stumped because, um, when Halloween released, had created that big VTuber boom where everyone
Hmm.
wanted to stream, become a VTuber, and I was one of those people. So I first, in 2020, I created a design, and I attempted to stream, but I was a little too shy, so I decided to give up on that. But then 2022 hit, and I thought to myself, I want to try again because honestly, the reason why I started to VTube was because I wanted to see my artwork move. I wanted to have Miss Pumpkin move in and me using, VTube Studio and creating something, whether I drew it myself or I commissioned someone. I just wanted to see Miss Pumpkin move. I just wanted to see her come to life, and that's what drove me to start VTubing. Is to eventually one day to get a model of like a character I created, and I ended up realizing, oh, I really like streaming. I like chatting with my viewers, and trying out different games, and sharing about myself and my hobbies, my aspirations, and to make people smile. Those sorts of things made me really, really happy, and I didn't realize I would enjoy those sorts of things until I started VTubing. Mm.
Now, well, actually, sorry, I'm looking at them in the wrong order. So this one,
Mm.
until about, I would say a week ago, would probably possibly classify as OC, or, Sonic-ified Ruri. And now it counts
Yep.
as concept art.
Yep. This was actually, I wouldn't say it's one of the first uh pieces of Sonic nudie um that I drew, and I wanted to share this one because I thought to myself after looking at this, like, whoa, I feel like I improved quite a lot because I drew this, I think, sometime last year when I wanted to get back into like Sonic and drawing Sonic OCs. So I thought to myself, oh, might as well draw, nudie as a Sonic OC. And I felt like it was really rough because it's been a very long time. I want to say 10 years since I drew like something Sonic related. But I wanted to get back into it, and I drew this on stream, and I was really, really happy with it. And I thought to myself, oh, this is something I want to continue working on and get better at. And then eventually, I have created quite a few artwork of Judy, Sonus Judy, and then eventually with my new model.
Yeah. And that
Yep.
this one, we now see the full gradient with the wings, which is definitely what you now have on the sleeves. That he actually, looking at this, one interesting thing I noticed is the highlights, or I suppose the underlights on the hair here, are green as opposed to the purple that you have on yours, but that green bluish is what you have on the other sleeve. So there's, again, the design consistency. There's just that sort of swap from one sleeve to the other in terms of what you have for the hair.
Yeah. So I have like a bunch of different toggles, and I just realized, like, I scalped my wings.
Oh.
There goes my wings. Yep. I had a bunch of different like design choices and color choices, and then eventually there's one that like stuck with me that I liked a lot. Like, you'll see in the next one, I decided to choose a different color green for her hair. So it was just me just kind of figuring out what colors I liked, what worked with Nudie, and yeah, and what to stick with. And so this was like the last uh like the most recent, I would say, because I drew this for my what was it? What did I call it? Like my Sonic June summer of Sonic or something like that, where I played Sonic games for the month of June. So I drew this just showcase like my art and also for the schedule as well.
Mm, yeah, and that uh this actually, as I'm double checking, that this is one of, well, not one of the first, but uh this this one has the more uh, styled background, I suppose.
Hmm.
That while the others have more flat backgrounds, in this one that you have the shading, the X's, and that uh, not only has your character art improved, but now that it's a really complete piece.
Yeah. I avoided drawing backgrounds like the plague or any backgrounds ever. I want to get better at drawing backgrounds. I always just enjoy just drawing the character, and then at the end of it, I'm like, "Ah, I don't feel like drawing a background," and then I leave it at that. Yeah.
And this one, even just from lost the where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. From one Sonic Rudy to the other, that even here you can see just the progression of quality, and that you're already very good at this one, but this one just, it's that much cleaner, and it has the full personality now, that, the winking, the pose, that this one ends up being a lot more dynamic, and that I'm very unsurprised that you went in this and was like, well, wait a minute, I want this one to move too.
Yes. And then I decided for my birthday that I would draw my own model and have it rigged and finally have my work moving and grooving. So I will go ahead and show it.
Yes, just debuted less than a week ago for your birthday.
Yeah. So I decided to draw a new model all by myself and have one of my friends rig it for me. Mm.
Blah,
So.
oh, one
Oh.
sec. Let me. Whoop.
Oh.
Oh, darn it! Now there's a thing with how VTube Studios, one of the,
Mm.
not that. Where'd it go? There's a problem with one of the UI pieces, that I can't move the overlay without bringing up a UI that doesn't have the exit button enabled.
Oh.
It's this small bug that it keeps it from getting the escape key working, and that it's just off screen, so I have to change the resolution
Oh
briefly.
no. Okay, no problem.
And I'm also now noticing that we had the mention before we went live about green screens,
Oh yeah,
and
the green screen.
the right eye is being green screened out.
No
Let me see if I
worries.
can get that. I'm just, wow, I'm everything. I'm so sorry. I'm just completely messing all that up. But I'm gonna see if I can't get
I casted a
your
spell and
filter
suddenly
a
you're
little
increased in
bit.
size. Hmm. But
I think that
I.
should do it. Yeah.
Yippee!
Yeah, there we go.
Yahoo! There we go. But yeah, I wanted to do something special for my birthday, and I was like thinking to myself, well, what should I do? And the year before, I started drawing a Sonic VTuber model, but I ended up scrapping it because I wasn't really satisfied with my work. But I still really wanted to have like a Sonic VTuber, um, and so I started I think in August. I think actually before that, actually I think it was July. I started in July. Um, and I started doodling up Duty, and I had plans to once again update her design and create something new with her, with aspects that I like now. And I think within like a few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, I finished up this model, sent it off to my friend to rig it, and yeah, now I have a Sonic model. It's one of those
It
things.
feels like the natural conclusion of anyone's Sonic OC.
Yeah,
The fact that they can actually finally become their Sonic OC.
yeah, it made me so happy when I debuted my first model. I had the typical debut where I had the presentation, and I had my goals, and one of my goals was to create a Sonic Life 2D model, and now I can cross that off the list. I can
Yeah.
finally use it, and I'm really happy.
Mm,
Mm.
And the last piece that you sent me is a. I'm gonna actually zoom in on this one, but that this is
Yeah.
the. It it almost feels like the combination of your Sonic model and your human model of just uh the coloration, the more tanned skin, and that uh the style. It feels almost a half step away from Panty and Stocking, which you mentioned is a series that you like and the style that you enjoy. So I'm not sure if that was deliberate or if I'm just seeing things.
Nope, that's intentional. So this is my style today. I decided to shift entirely from that the typical anime, very anime style to like something a little bit more cartoonish. So Panty and Stocking is one of my favorite shows. So I took inspiration from the art style. There is an artist called Gashi Gashi that I love so much. So I wanted my style to kind of like evolve into that. And this actually is one of those things that I've never actually shared to even my community. So they already know that Nudie is going to have a design shift. So this is one of the concept arts that I drew. So there will be things that will change. Some aspects that you don't see, like on her thigh, there's like a little like spike thingy, garter, whatever you call it. And her shoes are very similar to her 1.0 shoes. Those things will change, but this is one of the concept arts that I created because I thought to myself this year, like, actually, I want to change Dudu's design again and add things that I like now. So
Mm,
yeah.
and that the hair is much longer in this one, but in its own way, it feels like the logical combination of the hair drills and the twin tails.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I miss the twin tails a lot. I love the half up, but I just miss the twin tails so much, and I wanted like some spiky twin tails. Um, so when I was like doodling up like a bunch of different concept arts, I have like a whole folder of different designs. I thought to myself, maybe I'll change it entirely, or maybe I'll just keep it very similar to her first model. It just kind of was just eating my brain. Like, what do I want? But this one I ended up really liking. I changed her sleeves to like the pumpkin puffs. And I really like that aspect to her design. I added like a little thigh mole, added the twin tails, added the hair orbs.
Yeah, the hair
Um,
orbs, that they're a little bit hidden behind your ears right now, but
mhm.
we see that the hair orbs are already implemented on this particular model, um, and that there's actually things that harken all the way back to Miss Pumpkin 1.0 because we have here, it's actually hidden. It's behind her arm, but you see it on the concept art segment on the right here that she has the pumpkin sleeves
Mm-hmm.
and that you're bringing
Yep.
that back. The hair orbs are much more similar in terms of size and placement to that pumpkin in the hair that I mentioned a while back. So you see that sort of coming full circle. And also, she had the pumpkin on the bow near the neck, as opposed to in the hair clips, which you once again have here.
Yep. So all these different aspects from, previous designs and things that I like now, just like came together with this design. So I'm really, really happy and I'm really, really excited to share everyone the completed design. Eventually, I am working with my PNG mama shoe. And yeah, we're working on a new design for Duty, and I'm super super excited.
Yeah. Do you have a ETA, I suppose, for this one, or is that going to be a bit farther down the line?
I'm gonna say like sometime this year. It should be
Ooh,
completed.
that soon?
Um, yeah. So I have a few tricks up my sleeve, hoo, 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 that I'm really really excited to share with everyone.
Mm, and I'm very, very excited to see it. And it's cool that you sort of have Sonic Ruri as, I suppose, the bridge between the two designs.
Mhm. Yep. So I'm really really happy that I decided to draw this model because it was just more so like, oh, I want a Sonic model, but also at the same time kind of showing everyone like, oh, there's a new deal on the way. It'll have like a
Yeah.
lot of similarities to this design here.
The future of Ruri.
Yes.
I'm going to put this back over here. Again, thank you so much for being willing to share all those pieces, including, I didn't even know that several of those hadn't been shown on stream before. So, really excited that you were willing to share them with me tonight. That those
Yeah.
are just so fun to sort of go down that memory lane and really see the history and lore of Ruri's design.
Yeah, of course. As soon as we started talking about art, I just wanted to share with everyone just kind of like my journey because I feel like a lot of people might have like very similar experiences to me, and it's really cool to even talk about it, especially share things I haven't really shared with anyone before. Because back when I was younger, I felt kind of like a little ashamed for like the drawings I made, but now I just kind of look back and think to myself, yeah, this is where it started. It's like a pinnacle point in my life. It's something to be cherished. So,
Hmm.
um, sharing it with everyone today, I feel so happy to be able to do that now.
Yeah. And
Mm.
I realized, spiraling into a couple different things here, I never actually asked, what was your first Sonic game? Was it Sonic Adventure 2 or a different one?
Yeah, it was Sonic Adventure 2. I
Okay.
remember walking to a Walmart with my family, and my dad told my brother and I, "Okay, we're getting a Nintendo GameCube. Pick out two games." And we looked at Sonic Adventure 2. And we thought, like, we need to pick up this game. So my brother picked his game, which was that one, and I had my choice. So I chose SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. Went back home and booted it up, and we thought it was the coolest thing ever.
It's funny that our our gaming history ended up being very similar. That, like I mentioned, the GameCube was the first console I owned. I had a Game Boy Color prior to that, but the GameCube was the
Mm.
first actual console I had. I got it for my 10th birthday, and the two games I got with it were Sonic Adventure 2 and Super Smash Bros. Melee.
Really?
Mm,
Oh, that's so cool.
and Sonic Adventure 2 was also the first Sonic game I played. To this day, my favorite Sonic game. It's not particularly close, and it it's frankly still just in probably my top 10 games of all time. I'm not saying it's one of the top 10 best made games of all time. Yes, it is very janky, has its glitches, but just I think it has actually aged really well in terms of just the gameplay, the characters, the music obviously is timeless, and that for its time, the story it had was really good. I went back recently, was like, wait, actually, just the beats that it hit were all very fun, and just I I think that it is really the strongest the series has ever been. I know it's done a lot since, it's had its ups and downs, goodness knows, but it's going to be difficult for anything to ever really top Sonic Adventure 2 for me.
Really? I agree. I love the game so much. My favorite Sonic game is actually Sonic Adventure, but for a very, very long time, I was just fighting against, Sonic Adventure 2. Like, which one is my favorite Sonic game? Um, and I just go back to playing those games, and the soundtrack is just so amazing. And it's one of those things like Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. If you were to lock me up in a room for 10 years and tell me you're going to be listening to those two soundtracks for the rest of your life, I would say,
And be
okay,
like,
cool.
yeah, all right,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
this is fine.
I was like,
I
"Alright, where's the playlist?"
I cannot tell you how many hours I spent on that sound test screen. Just, it,
Oh, yeah.
I still have probably 90% plus of all the lyrics of all the songs memorized. Goodness knows, I have every word of Escape from the City, Live and Learn, so memorized. Um, don't the Knuckles ones are always difficult to parse.
Mm.
And um, uh, what was the Bio Lizard song? I'm blanking.
Oh, supporting
Um,
me?
in sorry, say again.
Supporting me?
Supporting me, yes. I think it was like it's something me. That the lyrics in that one I wasn't able to get when I was younger, and I didn't think to look them up online, so I just listened to the songs over and over and over, trying to get the lyrics and memorize them. And those songs were a bit more difficult, but just
Mm.
eh, the Sonic's theme, Tails' theme, Eggman's theme, City Escape, Live and Learn are just timeless classics to me. And the Sonic Adventure 2 soundtrack was actually the very first physical video game soundtrack I ever owned. I remember
Really?
I had to go to multiple Barnes and Noble to try and track that thing down.
Really? Oh, that's so cool. I have both Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 on vinyl. That was
Ooh,
really
okay,
cool. Yeah.
yeah, because I forgot that they did vinyl releases of those.
Mhm. Yeah, and it was really, really cool.
Because
I love them.
I don't know if they ever actually released Sonic Adventure 1 soundtrack just on CD. Um,
Mm.
but it also just fantastic soundtrack in that the gosh, they're so good.
Yeah, they're so, so good. I love Sonic Adventure soundtrack so much. It's really hard to pick a favorite. But the ones that I've always like went back to was Tikal's theme, E102.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Tikal's theme is so good. I love Tikal's theme. Sand Hill, I think that was it. E102 Gamma's theme, his brother's theme.
Mm,
Um, oh, they released a CD in 2011.
ooh, I'm
Oh,
curious though, did
okay.
they? I could believe they released it in Japan. I don't know if they released it in the US. They might have
Mm,
though.
I definitely need to track them down then, because I've gone into collecting a lot of Sonic related stuff, so eventually it'll be in my hands.
And of course, Sonic Adventure 2 was a very historical one for the series because it introduced Shadow.
Oh, yes. It introduced Shadow the Hedgehog, my beloved.
So, Numasito, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in.
Welcome, welcome. But
And obviously, Shadow the Hedgehog, canonically known, your husband, signed your kudo board and everything.
yep, he did.
Mhm.
I don't know who did that. And I was so, so happy to see that. It's
Was
fun. I
Shadow
have
a
a
character that you liked, like, from the first playthrough of the game back in the day, or was he a character that grew on you over time?
Oh, he grew on me over time. I was actually a Sonic girly growing up. I had the biggest, biggest crush of Sonic the Hedgehog. I wanted to be his girlfriend so badly, to the point I was so jealous of Amy Rose. And actually, I loved her. I loved her personality a lot, loved her design, but I just was very like, I was a hater. I was like, I don't like Amy Rose at all. She's stealing my Sonic, my Sonic. But eventually Shadow kind of grew on me. It just kind of came out of nowhere, actually. I just started playing Sonic Adventure 2 again and just seeing, like, his character arc going from, full of rage and wanting to destroy the world to remembering his final,
Mm,
like, Maria's final wish, and um, that he wasn't, a bad guy after all. And just going through all of those different emotions, like, kind of like struck something with me. And I thought his design was so, so cool, and I just thought him as a character, his themes, everything about him was just like, I'm like, yes, Shadow the Hedgehog, I love you. And then I did share this story with Stream, but um, so a long time ago, I hung out with a group of friends, and one of my friends, he had a crush on me, and eventually he confessed that he liked me. And I was, very, very young at the time, so I didn't understood the concept of dating someone and like liking someone romantically aside from, Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog. And I was like, okay, this is really thank you. And I went home, and I was just fought with myself. I'm like, but I love Shadow the Hedgehog. I can't like
I can't cheat on
accept
Shadow.
I can't cheat on Shadow. I'm a loyal girl. And I, for the longest time, I thought about it for a very, very long time. I remember in my room, in the shower, eating dinner. I'm like, but then I have to choose between Sonic and Shadow and this guy here. Like, who am I going to choose? And I'm like, this is like a love triangle. This feels like an episode like from Disney Channel. Like, what am I supposed to do here? And I thought, for a while, and then eventually I made my decision that I would, pledge my loyalty to Shadow the Hedgehog. And I went back to the playground the next day, and I told him that I can't accept his confession because I'm in love with Shadow the Hedgehog. But it went well. I'm not sure if he knew who Shadow the Hedgehog was. But yeah.
Probably thought that there was this just super cool guy from another school who had this, like, oh, dang, you met a guy whose name is Shadow. Oh, that's so freaking cool. How am I supposed to compete with that?
Yeah, and then eventually, that led to my decision. Like, I'm gonna be loyal to Shadow the Hedgehog going forward. I do love Sonic with all my heart. But if I, was supposed to choose one and only one, it would be Shadow the Hedgehog. And it took me quite a while to come to that conclusion. But I stuck with it since I was a kid, and there were times where I wouldn't really show that, like, I'm Shadow's biggest fan, or I love Shadow so much. I would get into different things, but I would say recently, the last year or two,
Well,
I
it's been the
got
year
back
of
to it.
Shadow.
Yeah, the year. Oh, I've been eating good. I've been eating real good this year. But especially when I started streaming, I thought to myself, I wouldn't, like, show that I'm uh, big into Sonic, and maybe I'll just, stream just art and more anime related things, and then, the brain rot.
Definitely not. No, couldn't possibly end up having Sonic be part of your content.
I it took me a few streams, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna stream Sonic Adventure 2, and I started, barking when Shadow the Hedgehog came up. And it all went down from there, and everyone knew, like, oh, she loves Shadow, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna ride with this because I can't deny my roots here. I might as well just roll with it.
You have to be your true self.
Yep. So,
Yeah, it's just, ugh. When I was replaying Sonic Adventure 2 a little less than a year ago, I actually had a realization about Amy.
mm,
So the first time we see Amy in Sonic Adventure 2 is when she's being cornered by Eggman on Prison Island.
yeah.
Because Eggman is there because he's there with Shadow and Rouge at that point to steal the 3 Chaos Emeralds. Tails ends up there because he's tracking the Chaos Emeralds. We don't know how Amy got onto this secret government island base. She's just there getting cornered by Eggman.
Yeah.
Is Amy actually also a secret agent for the government? That's the only reason that she would be on this island and not being pursued by all the robots that are pursuing everyone else who is infiltrating this island.
She
I
has
now
her
have
girl.
this giant sprawling Amy conspiracy over just how did she get there?
Mm.
There's never an explanation.
Yep, it's just normal girl activity. She just stumbled herself like upon the situation there. I think
Just teehee pero
Amy.
oops.
No te pero. La 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 la. I think. Oh my goodness, I love Amy so much. I feel like she is such a wonderful character, and she's just, especially back then, she was never given the chance to show how strong she is, and getting into those situations and handling it. But yeah, I guess you're right. How did she get there? How did she get there?
I now
She
want
just
like
loves
the
Sonic
Amy
that much.
prequel to that. I want the full story of how. Obviously, she's had her own adventure. Let's get Amy Adventure too.
Oh yes, I would love to have a game just of Amy. I love Amy so much.
There really never has been an Amy game that we've been able to play as her in a few games, but we're even at the point now. We just had Legend of Zelda, actual Legend of Zelda. We've now
Yeah.
had a game where you can play as Peach. We need to get our Amy game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. Super Princess Peach, we need like an Amy game, and I think that would be really cool. Especially like, Team Rose, having Cream there, maybe have her as a playable character again, because it's been I don't know how long since we had playable Cream, and Big the Cat. I think that would be really, really cool.
Mm.
But-
Just eh, obviously, we just got a bunch of, well, I wouldn't say entirely new Shadow lore, but they did some animated shorts for the release of Sonic X Shadow Generations, which
yeah.
adds in a little bit more, not for the Sonic Adventure 2 timeline, but for after it, for what's going to happen in Sonic Shadow Generations. A bit of extra information about the gun general who apparently, also, before I continue, I'm assuming you've seen these animations.
Yes.
Okay,
I
good.
have.
So, spoiler alert for anyone in chat, but the 3 animations are all of 15 minutes combined, but that they add in the little bit of flavor that, okay, the gun general was also on Space Colony Arc, and that they add in a bit more about the Black Arms and Shadow's origins there, and that there were Black Arms samples on the Ark. We get Emerald there randomly
Yeah.
from Sonic. What was it? Sonic Battle? No.
Yes, it was. Mhm.
Or was it Sonic Rumble? No, it wasn't.
No, Sonic Battle.
Yeah,
Mhm.
for the Game Boy Advance, just sort of randomly. I wish we had gotten more of that.
Yeah.
But that they're bringing in all these different pieces, and that they're doing seemingly something more. It's still not entirely clear how much of this game is actually going to be about Shadow versus Sonic, because we're getting a lot of stages, but it's not quite a Sonic adventure game, but we're getting all this lore. So is all the lore just peripheral, and that when it gets to the game itself, there's not going to be much, or is it actually just going to almost be a Sonic adventure game? Not super clear, but it's certainly the most Shadow that we've gotten, really, since Shadow the Hedgehog, that ill-fated game.
Oh, jeez. Oh gosh, that game. It gave us a lot of information, but goodness gracious, I still need to beat it in its entirety. The last time I played Shadow the
I
Hedgehog.
mean, playing through a game 20 times isn't something that most people want to do.
It's I remember spending 63 minutes in one mission because I wanted to get the evil ending, and
Oh, and
oh
were you just having trouble finding that one last gun soldier?
well, I wasn't was it Lost Colony? I forgot which one, but it's the one where we had to blow up the airplane. But I couldn't figure it out. And It took me 63 minutes to figure it out.
Ooh.
Sky Troops, yes, Sky Troops. Actually, you only need to play it. Oh yes, a resident Sonic expert here. But yeah, spent quite a while on that game, and I need to come back. Airfleet, actually. Oh, Airfleet. Okay, yeah, I was Airfleet, so we need to blow up the plane that President was in. And yeah, it took me 63 minutes, and I struggled a lot, and I learned a lot about Shadow the Hedgehog, the game, that day.
Yeah, just it. I don't mind the whole thing of, oh, they gave Shadow a gun. Frankly, I like the alien tech that they gave him more than the actual guns. But
Mm-mm.
just it was a good concept of, okay, you can choose your path in the mission, but the get 20 endings for
Yeah,
the true ending, and that means that you need to go through all these stages, and yeah, it's 20 times.
I think there's like
And
a
they're all
lot of them.
basically the same mission of it's beat 20 of the good guys or beat 20 of the bad guys, or just get to the end of the stage, and that there's really only, for the most part, 3 main missions. I was never able to actually get the true ending that I just looked up on YouTube. I think I got 5 or 6 endings in the game and then just sort of got sick of it.
Yeah, that's understandable. I'm a sicko and I need to get back to it and beat it because I had that game for the longest time. And I think to myself, I need to beat this game. I need to play it and beat it in its entirety and get, like the main endings and go from there. But eventually, I need to very soon in preparation of Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Mhm.
Because I know they also have Chaos Island, so I'm like, okay, now I have to play Frontiers. So there's a lot of homework I have.
Yeah. Ah.
Yeah, so it's one of those things, I really, really, really love
And at the very least, you have
Sonic.
chat to go along with you on the journey.
Oh yes, and they're very helpful too. It's one of those things like I know like a handful of YouTubers like don't like backseating, but I
I feel
welcome
like
it
for
as a
that
little
game in
treat.
particular, backseating is not going to be as painful. That, if it's a
Yeah,
story-driven game that you don't want people spoiling things, or if
yeah,
there's this mechanic that you're really supposed to discover that folks saying, "Oh, do this, do that," in certain games can really be annoying. But I feel like it's very much a feature and not a bug to have that for Shadow specifically as a game.
yeah. There was a lot of things I learned that day, and if it wasn't for chat, I would probably still be on that mission trying to blow up that plane
Uh,
today. So they're very, very helpful and very kind too. So you've been putting through like 63 minutes of the same thing over and over again.
I was always sad that Shadow the Hedgehog as a game did so poorly, because I feel like it really destroyed Shadow's momentum as a character. That obviously
Mm,
he's still used a lot, that they didn't abandon him, but I sometimes think of alternate timeline where the Shadow game was good, and then they made more of them, and that we don't have to wait 10 years for the Year of Shadow to really be getting this, constant treatment for Shadow that we potentially could have had if his game had performed better. And
yeah.
meh, it is what it is. And to be fair, Sonic himself has had his ups and downs over the last decade, anyways, and Sonic as a character isn't given much lore himself. If anything, I'd almost say at this point, Shadow might have more lore than Sonic,
It's a lot of
at least by the
inconsistencies.
games. If you're
Mm,
counting the comics and the cartoons and whatnot, that's a whole other thing. But
yeah, it's a bunch of different things. It's very interesting to see how like Sonic evolved and like the different directions that they took and a lot of, bad ones, but also good ones too.
yeah. And then there were
I
good directions that they took that were almost very bad. We were talking earlier about how iconic the gloves are, and how the not humanoid or not too human designs of the characters really work in their favor. and how Paramount Pictures almost just messed it up.
Oh, yes. Oh, the Sonic movies. Holy
Just,
moly.
well,
I
what
was
a 180 of the one of those cases where, okay, we didn't get the good ending with Shadow the Hedgehog, the game. We got the good timeline for the Sonic movies.
Yeah, I was so shocked to see that first design. I thought it was like a publicity stunt of
I
some sort.
I was
I was oh,
I was very heavily coping of just, okay, it doesn't look that great, but hey, whatever. Jim Carrey as Eggman sounds freaking fun. I'll probably just go to see his performance as that. But it felt like just textbook how to not do a character design. Like, it almost felt like satire of just, oh, it almost felt like an April Fool's joke of someone saying, oh, this is the Paramount Sonic movie, and making a deliberately bad model because Hollywood can't do video game characters well. And
yeah.
just the realization of everything about this movie looks good except for Sonic.
Yeah. How could you mess up his iconic design? I was so excited the fact that we were gonna get a movie in general. Like, I
Yeah.
remember when I watched Wreck-It Ralph, and pointed. I was like, wait, Sonic, Sonic, Sonic! He's in the movie! He's in the movie! I was losing my mind,
Yeah,
and
just even the cameo.
yeah. I was so excited to see Sonic. There was a big like a cardboard cutout of Sonic from that movie, and I like took a picture of it because I like dragged my parents to come see it with me because I wanted to see Sonic so badly. Just the few seconds that he was in that game, and having his own like movie, I was so excited. And of course, you saw the first
Yeah.
design of Sonic, and then
But then the announcement of, hey, we're going back to the drawing board, that I couldn't believe it.
mm-hmm.
I cannot think of any other situation where that's happened, where they've had a publicly released trailer. There's plenty of instances where, in pre-production, they go back to the drawing board, that they have one design and then they switch for another, or that they do certain things with test screenings and then do heavy rewrites, but that they released a trailer publicly. They were that far along in development, in production, and that they took the time and the money to redo it.
Yep.
And just, I'll give some credit where credit is due. I will also knock them for the fact that apparently shortly after the release of the movie, the studio that did the animations got shut down, which is meh.
Yeah.
But that, I remember everyone seeing the second iteration of the trailer and just being like, they did it. They did it. This looks good. This looks really good.
Yep. Thank you, Tyson.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You're getting a little bit of glitching on your end.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Okay, I think we're back.
We're back? Okay.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. What I said was I was thanking Tyson since as soon as I saw like the art, I was like, yippee, Tyson!
And just
Crumpy?
Yeah, that's probably the delayed reaction to a couple seconds ago. But
Okay.
I remember walking out of the movie being like, that was really fun, and just I said to myself, gosh, if they could do Sonic Adventure 2 as a movie. And then the end of 2, that I don't normally properly geek out in a movie theater. I properly geeked out when it was we found something that a hidden laboratory from 50 years ago was just like edge of my seat, leaning forward, was like, no way. And then just Project Shadow was like, like I did not actually cheer in the theater, but like the little kid in me in my head was going wild. And
I yelled.
I told myself that there were 3 things that I wanted from the movie. That I understand that they are not going to be able to recreate one-for-one Sonic Adventure 2. We don't need the pyramid to be how we get to Space Colony Arc. That's totally fine. We don't need Aquatic Mine. Frankly, we don't even need Pumpkin Hill. There's a lot of stuff they can cut. And I know to make it a practical runtime that they're going to have to make a lot of changes. And I've said that there are 3 things that I want. And if they can have it, that's really all I'm going to ask for as a fan. The first is, at some point in time in the movie, I want to see Sonic going down a city street on a piece of scrap metal.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily need to be fleeing from gun. It doesn't necessarily need to be a super long sequence, but give me my moment of city escape. 2, I want Space Colony Arc. Somehow, some way, I want Space Colony Arc. The way that you get there can vary. You can really make any number of circumstantial changes, but I want the threat of Space Colony Arc, and I do attach BioLizard to this. That's the one I'm the least confident in us getting. Because the third thing that I want, we've already gotten confirmed, and I listened to that clip, that 20-second clip from March for 2 days straight, because the third thing I wanted was live and learn. The mantra was, put Crush 40 in the movie, you cowards. You put Uptown Funk, a top 40 hit, with the entirety of the song as a dance break in the second movie. If you can afford Uptown Funk, you can afford whatever the heck royalty or licensing fee that Crush 40 is asking of you. It doesn't need to be the original. I'd love to hear a full proper reorchestration. It sounds like we're getting that. And so when they had that stinger in just like the title announcement in March, that 20-second clip, it was on repeat for 2 days for me. I'm so excited for Living.
I'm so excited too. It's coming up. It's just a few months away.
2 months away, almost exactly.
Yeah, that's so crazy and so fun and so cool. I'm really excited. I remember when I watched, the second movie and I saw Shadow come up on the screen. I actually screamed. I was so excited. I was like, my boy on the big screen. Oh, like I'm worried about like how they'll write him. But other than that, being able to see Shadow on the big screen, even if they
can't
don't
believe they got Keanu Reeves for it.
I know, I was so surprised too.
Because that was a fan theory that Keanu Reeves was, I would say, one of the top 3 fan castings for it. And I just sort of reflexively assumed there's no way they get Keanu Reeves. That's just silly. It's a fun little fan casting. Yeah, I could see it happening. There's no way they actually get him. And they got him, so cool.
Yeah, it's one of those things like I'm really looking forward to. I'm nervous, but also really looking forward to it. Because, like even like Jim Carrey said that he was going to stop acting unless like, a project that he was really, really into comes up. And he's been, Eggman for, 3 movies now. So and it's something that he's very passionate about as well. So
apparently this is the first time that he has played the same role in 3 movies, that he's done sequels before, but he's never done a trilogy before.
Really? Yeah, it's so cool. I'm really looking forward to it. I just hope that, they take.
Do you have any personal wish list that I gave you my 3 things that I wanted? Is there anything that you're really particularly hoping to see in the movie?
I think it'd be really cool to see, like, when you first play as a Dark Story and you go into Radical Highway and you see that scene with him with all the, the helicopters surrounding him and even just the newscasting. I want to see something similar to that, like the beginning of Radical Highway.
I think there was a shot in the trailer that seemed reminiscent of Radical Highway. I'll have to double check later, but from the trailer we see their first encounter in a city. It's not on a highway, but I feel like they could probably work that in somewhere. I also realized, in a way, it's not what I wanted for my City Escape reference, but them jumping out of a helicopter, Sonic jumping out of a helicopter is half a City Escape reference.
I want, like, one... This is asking for a lot, but at least, like, references to the stages of some sort. But I also would like to see... BioLizard, too. I would really like to see BioLizard. or Tails and and his mech, something like that. I
Ooh,
don't
the
know.
mechs.
Yes, that'd be really cool. That'd be
Because
really, really
they've given
cool.
Eggman all these robots. He's just never and he was in sort of, the egg flyer thingy. But to have the actual bipedal walking mech, that'd be cool. I'd like to see that, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be really, really cool to see something like that. And I'm asking for a lot, but I would really like to see Amy or Rouge. I would like to see one of those two characters, but I know
My
it's a long shot.
my guess is we'll get them in 4. I think
Mm,
that they only want to introduce one new Sonic character per movie in order
mm.
to sort of spotlight them. So I'm thinking that we won't get Amy in this one. Part of me does wonder if we could get Rouge in sort of a cameo role.
Yeah.
Um, just specifically because she's attached to the government and gun and everything. But my guess is that Amy would be a focal point in 4.
Yeah, I wonder if anything they might make. Do you think that'll be like a two-parter?
No, I don't. I do not think that they have any plans for a 2-parter, but I think that they could potentially keep the series going with or without Eggman. That heck, when Jim Carrey said that Sonic 2 was going to be his last film, I sort of went through in my head and I said, okay, technically, Eggman is not necessary for Sonic Adventure 2. That as long as you can justify Shadow somehow escaping his confinement, you can pretty easily rewrite anything that you would need for the film and maintain the important plot beats of Sonic Adventure 2 and have Shadow acting alone. I'm thrilled
Mm,
that Eggman is back, but
yeah, I
that
think it's very important, especially for Gerald too.
well, that's the thing that Gerald is exponentially more important than Eggman in terms of plot mechanics, and that they could have cast really anyone to be Gerald. I think the idea of having it just be Jim Carrey, with old makeup, that's fun. I wanted Christopher Lloyd personally. I
Mm,
wanted Christopher Lloyd to be Gerald, but they actually made him one of the characters in the Knuckles series. So,
mm.
wasn't sure, because that one was a CG character, so they could have done it, but meh. But yeah,
Yeah.
we have Jim Carrey back, and there is still hope, I think, for Ark, because in the trailer, they have this big thing coming out of a river, and it's this big dome-shaped thing, which is vaguely shaped like the Ark. So part of me wonders, okay, is the Ark going to be something that starts on Earth? That it's not a space colony, and that going back to sort of the more traditional meaning of Ark, that it is meant to be something to escape of, all right, if the world were to be destroyed, that it's something that they can send people off into space with, not a space colony that is orbiting the planet, and that mechanically, for what Gerald needs to do or wants to do, you can have it start on Earth, be sent up into the atmosphere, cut the engines, and you still now have the falling space colony threat. That mechanically everything is the same. It doesn't matter if Ark begins in space or if it begins on the ground, so long as at some point it has gotten to the atmosphere and has fallen.
Yeah.
So we could still have that. Is this me coping a little bit? Probably.
I hope we get to see all these elements from the game and the movie, but uh 2 more months. 2 more
I'll take
months.
what I can get. At this point, just
Mm,
as long as it is fun, that's really all I care about. I'm not expecting one-to-ones. I'm hoping that we can get a good chunk of things, but I'm just gonna go in looking to have a good time, and I'm gonna let it roll. And frankly, if they do Sonic Adventure 2, even just sort of as, even just spiritually, that if they give us this story and do it good, that's all I ever really wanted from this film series. They can do Sonic 06 for all I care after this. I just, I've gotten what I wanted as a fan.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Imagine Sonic 06. I would. Oh my goodness. I cannot
I
stand
almost
Elise.
wonder, would Sonic 06 as a movie be better than as a game? Would, because half the travesty of that game is the controls and the level design.
Oh
That
my goodness.
it
Oh,
would it actually just be better as a movie?
I wonder because I remember watching a lot of like the cutscenes of 06 because I just couldn't play the game myself. But I think it would be way better than the
They
game.
have already worked '06 lore into the cinematic universe. That I didn't know it when I first watched, but looking up afterwards, the big rock opera in Knuckles is all '06 lore.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like Iblis or something like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So if they have that, that could be them setting the stage, laying the groundwork for '06 the movie.
Oh, I wonder. Though when I watched Knuckles, I only lasted one episode.
I watched it with friends, and I think that helped. Um,
Hmm.
Ironically, the episode with the most Knuckles lore is the one with the least actual Knuckles.
Yeah.
Um, have you seen images or anything from that episode? Because if not, I kind of don't want to spoil it because what they do I think is really hilarious.
I did. I went in a whole like I went to like a whole rabbit hole because I watched
Okay,
the first
okay.
episode and I was
I
like,
just
I'm dropping this, and
Muppets
I
Rock Opera Knuckles was honestly, I think that was my favorite sequence of the entire series.
it was so crazy. I did not expect it. I didn't expect it. I got like the free trial of the Paramount Plus, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch this because Sonic, and I want to watch anything related to Sonic. And then I watched the first episode. I'm like, oh no, oh no, I'm not gonna like this. I'm not gonna like this at all, Scoob. But then I went through all the tweets and stuff and read all those things. And I was like, wait, Iblis? What? What do you mean? So yeah, it was very interesting to see. Um, but it's one of those things that I would definitely enjoy if I'm drunk.
All right, congratulations, Ruri. You have been hired by Paramount Pictures and been given an effectively unlimited budget to create a new piece of Sonic live-action media. You can choose if you want your project to be a film. It would have to be one film. It can't be a two-parter. Or you can have a 6-episode limited series a la Knuckles. You get to choose the creative focus and story. What do you want?
Can I be in the show?
I'm gonna say no, we can't have the OC in, but I respect the effort.
The first thing I thought was like, damn, okay, so I'm gonna make my OC dreams come true. Nudie in the show.
You're allowed to make your OC cameo background character that
Okay.
they'll let you shoehorn them in, and they might be able to get a couple of lines or conversation. Can't have them be a primary character, but if the story that you want to tell involves more Sonic Universe folks, that you can have a cameo.
Oh, okay. I would definitely be a cameo. I definitely wanted to have like a romance film of me and Shadow. Yeah! But since I can't have that, then I guess it'll be for my dreams only. Um, oh man. I want something though at the same time. If only Amy was announced. I really want something related to Amy.
Well, you
I
can.
just was
That's the thing of this, that you can make your project the introduction of Amy. That
Oh,
you're
I
allowed.
want
So you can't have your OC be a primary character. You are
mhm.
allowed to pull in any canon Sonic characters from any game, any comic, any official media, and whether it is a retelling as a series or a film, or if you want a twist on something, that what would you like to see them do? So Amy is absolutely on the table.
Yeah, I want something Amy related. Either like something like of her everyday life or something like related to Sonic Battle too. But more so like,
Ooh.
them, with Emerald involved, but also like getting a little bit more to like their everyday lives. Like how Tails has his own house that's shaped like his head. Like, how did that start? I just want, more information from Sonic Battle. So maybe something like that, where I would make a project of a film based off that game and and the characters like in their own everyday lives, and then of course encountering this whole situation with Emerald.
Mm, I almost feel like that would work better as a series, that you can have
Mm,
each episode focus on a different character in their everyday life, and that they interact with Emerald because Emerald is going around looking for each of the
yeah.
emeralds. Each character somehow gets involved in a search for a single emerald, and that, the series finale brings everyone together or something.
Yeah, actually that would be better. Yeah, I think like a TV series would be really, really cool. And then it'll get, like a piece of a lot of characters. Especially, I really, really liked Shadow's story and how he, you know, interpreted like Emerald in the beginning. Like he was like, oh, I can't have Emerald here because he's like a big weapon, and just that arc in general. I just want something like that. And also want to see, Shadow in his everyday life. But no reason, not no bias or
Yeah,
anything like
no,
that.
no, yeah, no particular reason.
So yeah, I want to say something like that.
I actually really like that idea of Sonic Battle the series, and that because that could then also just act as a vehicle of how do we bring in a whole bunch of Sonic characters into the universe, sort of at the same time, and then if it's a series and you do like one per episode, you can end up bringing in 5, 6, 7 characters that way. So, but your idea of using Emerald as sort of the impetus for that, I really like that a lot.
Yeah, and I really loved it, Emerald too. I loved that game. I remember owning it, and I didn't finish it, but I finished it this year, and I really
The
like the
last
writing in
bosses
that
were
game.
tough. I felt like it kind of had to
Oh,
cheese them.
oh yeah, I had to choose them. I was shown like a little, I don't know what it was called, but like I got a move for Emerald. That was really, really powerful. I completely forgot what it was called though. But I had to unlock it by going to a certain location and typing out like a code, and then that saved me. Because if it weren't for that, I would have been spending like the shadow combo. Yeah, the
Yep.
shadow combo. Yeah. So if it wasn't for that, I would have spent a lot of time, but I mean, it was really cool to think about how strong Sonic is, though, because like the final boss, like, or like taking down Emerald, Emerald
Yeah.
with all
Oh,
the emeralds,
oh, what a
and
painful last fight of just the whole thing of, okay, now you have to fight yourself in a way, the character that you've been playing the entire game, and just, uh,
yeah, and I just like I was so sad because I really grew to love Emerald a lot,
yeah.
and it just broke my heart. And but also at the same time, I was playing as Sonic, and I was thinking to myself like, Sonic is not, is like taking him down pretty easy when you think about it. Like it probably was a long fight, but at the same time, Sonic was victorious. He's strong as hell
Yeah.
with no Chaos Emeralds. So, and Emerald had everything, moves learned from other characters, emeralds,
Mhm.
everything. And Sonic just took him down. And I was like, yeah, Sonic is so cool.
I was always surprised they never brought him back some way. That he's literally a robot. You can actually rebuild him, and then to see him in the Sonic Shadow Generations animation, which is like, wait, this is the first time we've seen him in, I don't know, 12 years, 13 years or something. Uh,
Yeah.
really glad they brought him back. And it makes me wonder, okay, are we, if he's back in canon and we're now establishing him as on the arc 50 years ago,
hmm
it it feels like the sky's the limit now of, okay, he's now on the board. He's available to be used, and
Yep.
I hope they use him.
Yep. And it just makes you think about like even just the events of battle that Shadow like understood how dangerous Emerald could be, in
Mhm.
that giving him like the emeralds despite Sonic believing in him, saying like, "Oh yeah, he's not just a machine. He has a heart." Shadow understands like the repercussions if
Yeah,
things goes awry,
it
and he warns
oh,
Sonic. He's like, "Well, I know." So getting that confirmation from the animations, I thought that was really cool. So
Mm,
at the same time, I hope it's actually canon and something like not being like his memories being messed with by Doom or um Black Doom or like the Time Eater or something like that.
mm. Well, actually, so I can't remember. In Sonic Battle, does Shadow recognize Emerald? Because he obviously knows, all right, this thing is a robot, it is a weapon, and that he might have information or recall hearing about Project Emerald. But now I kind of want to go back and see, does he recognize Emerald on sight? Because we now have established that Shadow saw Emerald 50 years ago on the Ark.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to and see, but I think I can't really
Yeah,
say now with
yeah.
the new information. Like I just kind of want to go back.
I also don't
Um,
necessarily expect them to really hold super closely to Battle's continuity on that granular level. But
yeah, because I think he
yeah.
knows from like the events from it.
Mhm.
But yeah, that'd be really really cool. I'm really excited to see like if Emerald will be in the game. Like rather than just
Yeah,
from the animations.
I'm guessing they'll probably put him in the game somewhere. And to have him in the animations, you know, will he be super prominent? Probably not. But if they're going that far to actually include him, that it's such a deliberate thing to do there that I have to imagine they're also going to include him at least referenced in the game, at least seen.
Yeah, like how we had like our Metal Sonic fights and stuff like that. We have our Emerald fights, so I was I was very excited to see it, but yeah, I wonder how prominent it'll be in the game. I'm really excited. I'm really excited how they handle his little hub world and seeing Maria. I mean, I've been reading the manga, um, too. So as they come out and see how they handle that.
We all know that everyone's going to be cheering in the movie theater when Maria just
Yeah, I mean, they did it in the symphony. I wouldn't be
yeah.
surprised they would do it in the movies.
There's going to be people who are there and have no idea what's going on because naturally folks see, okay, it's Sonic the Hedgehog. I haven't played the games, or maybe I didn't play Sonic Adventure 2. Or just also generally, there's folks that aren't really in the fandom who may have played Sonic Adventure 2, know what's happening. They're like, well, wait, why are you cheering? I know what's about to happen. Why are you cheering? This girl is being shot.
Yeah, the canon event is going to happen. It has to
Has
happen.
to happen.
Oh my goodness. I feel like the whole Maria getting shot and the crowd cheering is it's like
It,
a thing
it,
now.
oh, yeah, now it's just an in-joke.
Yeah, it was really funny because I went to the symphony and the scene popped up and the crowd cheered and I was like, wait, not here too. I thought this was just like a one
I thought it
location
was
thing.
the gag. Nope, now it's a thing.
No, and I'm solid. It's gonna happen in the movie. I'm solid. It's gonna be. I'm gonna laugh though. I'm probably gonna cheer with them. 'Cause it's a funny thing, but
I
oh, my
plan to
heart
go
breaks for
to
Maria.
like release day, release night of the film, and
Mm,
because I don't do that for many movies, but those are that's when you get the real fans. That's when you get crowd reactions. That even if it's like the Sunday of a release, you're probably not going to get a cheering crowd, but release night or like opening Friday, opening Saturday, that those are the only times that you get reactive crowds in movie theaters, I feel. And just like you were saying, I fully expect it to happen in the movie. I'm looking forward to it, and just that's going to be a lot of fun.
oh yeah, it's gonna be such a good time. I'm looking forward to it. Um I received like a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. I decided, you know what, I'm gonna embrace the cringe, kills the part that cringes. I'm gonna just wear like a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie with all my little like my stuffy like how was it? Like I have a Shadow the Hedgehog backpack. I'm just gonna go ahead and rep my boy.
Yeah,
Watch him day one and just kind of show the world like, yep, I love him.
yeah. For day one, that you can do that, and that it's not going to be seen as weird. Like if you went a week or two after release and did that, people might look at you funny, but I'm positive if you were going the day, the night that it's released, you're not going to be the only one decked out.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I really want to do that because as soon as I received it, I thought to myself, well, this is my Halloween costume for this year, and also I get to wear it for the premiere. So I'm really excited to, share that with everyone, and also, potentially make new friends. Because every time like I dress up or cosplay for like a movie, I did this for Love Live. I talk to fans and make new friends. So it's a good opportunity to just do that.
Mm, I didn't know that you
Mm.
had cosplayed for Love Live.
Yeah, I am a big Nozomi fan, so I cosplayed Nozomi for like 4 years straight. So I went to the final movie for Muse, and I cosplayed as Nozomi in her like track wear. Had the wig, had the jacket, everything, and they were handing out like shikishis and also like the little codes for the application so you can get a card. So I was like hunting for anything Nozomi
Mm,
related, and yeah, she's my Oshi.
mm, yeah.
Mm.
Just like I said, Sailor Moon, I really credit with bringing magical girls to mainstream in the West. I credit Love Live with bringing idol culture to the West. That obviously, certainly not the first instance of idol or idol anime, but I think it was the one that really broke through. That Idol Master, in its first iteration, moderate success, but
Yeah.
Love Live took the West by storm.
Oh yeah. Idolmaster was really, really popular in Japan, but it didn't really like hit that hard as
Yeah.
Love Live did with to the West because
Hmm.
I remember when I first encountered Love Live, I was a big 765 fan, so I loved Taka. Oh, I almost said Takako Takaneshi Joe, and I was like, oh, there's no other idol anime that can like be as special as Idolmaster. And then Love Live, the anime released, the app released. Um, and I watched a few episodes, and like I think Love Live is like the first episode was perfect. It gave you everything that you needed to know, and I fell in love with it. I fell in love with all the girls, especially Nozomi. I downloaded the app. I was so hooked, and for a big point of my life, I would say like a good 4 or 5 years, my entire personality was Love Live School Idol Festival and just Love Live in general.
The tragedy of School Idol to the
Ugh,
game.
I was so
Ugh,
heartbroken. I was so
what a
heartbroken. I'm like, why would
travesty.
you announce the game and then immediately close it like a few months afterwards? I
You,
was so excited, but you know, can't be helped.
I hope that the Love Live fans get another game done properly. It,
Yes.
I feel like this. I feel like the series is still successful enough that they have to do another game. That the thing would print money, and okay, if something along the lines of Idol Festival 2 just, you know, hit a wall and they're like, okay, we need to scrap this project. It's not going to be viable anymore. Fine. I don't think that franchise is dead. Certainly not. They're
Mm-mm.
actually airing a new anime this season, if memory serves. So I feel like another game is inevitable, and I'm hoping they canned Idol Festival 2 specifically because they already have a new game somewhere in development. Maybe not
Yeah.
late development, but I wonder if they canceled Idol Festival 2 because they knew that they were going to have another game within a couple of years and that they aren't going to be able to support two games at the same time, so they would naturally take the older one off the market. So instead of running themselves thin for a year and a half to 2 years with Idol Festival 2, just drop Idol Festival 2, put all of their resources on this next upcoming game. Maybe I'm coping, but I also, like I said, it's business that they're going to want to make money, and they know that they can make money on that series. It's not
Oh yeah.
it's not like it is faded entirely, so there has to be something, right? right?
There has to be. Oh my goodness, they still have concerts in Japan, even if it's like not Muse or like I think Aqua is about to get their last concert or something like that. But I feel like it's gonna be prevalent for a very, very long time. So I see no reason why to not create another game. I was so excited for School Idol Festival too. It's been in development for a while, and I love rhythm games. I played a lot of School Idol Festival. I played a lot of Project Diva, and it's one of those things like I think it's like the only gacha game that I like stuck with for so long. I played, like Grand Blue. I played like Zenless Zone Zero. Like they didn't stick like Love Live did, but maybe it's because like I had such a big attachment to those girls, and I just loved them so much, but
Mm.
it broke my heart when I saw, like, the announcement, like, "Oh, cool, School Idol Festival 2, okay, it's gonna be translated, I'm gonna be able to transfer my cards," and
And what do you mean it's closing 3 months after release?
I'm like, my Nozomi collection, I there's blood, sweat, and tears to build my collection of Nozomi cards, and also my money, and I just can't believe it, it's gonna be gone. All of it gone.
Yeah, just the fact that they, from what I understand, actually had a system where you would be able to retain your collection from Idol Festival 1 to 2,
Mm,
and that they had this active plan and just dropped it. It's
yeah,
it's so wild to
it was crazy
see,
to me.
and just my heart broke for the fans that day because I I watched the first 2 seasons of the original School Idol Project anime, and I did play School Idol Festival 1 for a couple of months. Um, I've never been super deep into any gacha game, and I didn't monetize on that one, but you bet I was saving up those heart crystals for the 10 rolls, the ones that I was able
Mhm.
to get for free just from daily play and stuff. And it was a good game. It played well. The character cards were good. The song selection was really good. And I know a lot of folks that did play it for years and years on end. And the fact that they were basically promised, okay, this next game, you're going to be able to have your new collection or your old collection. And now they're not.
Yep,
I'm just
it
like,
was
oh.
all those years of work and, the money spent. I remember, like, I was very adamant in collecting every single Nozomi card. I collected a bunch of them, because eventually it became, like I played every once in a while, and they were very kind to release, like, like, free the heart gems and all that, and, like, easy 10 rolls, and I got a bunch of Nozomi cards, and the serotonin hit once the UR envelope flew out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was such I feel like that, like, I don't know, the animation for the gacha was so satisfying once you get, a UR or an SSR even.
Mm.
It's like, even the noise, it was my notification tone for a long time.
Oh, very nice.
The serotonin. I also had a UR envelope phone case. I was just like, I loved the design of the UR envelope, and it gave me serotonin. So I was kind of obsessed with it for a little bit. But
Were,
yeah, I mean, it was just unfortunate.
were there any other Idol series that you were really into, or was it always just Love Live?
It was Love Live, and then before that was Idolmaster 765 Pro. So I really liked Takane. I liked Miki, all of them, like all the girls from that series. I watched the anime. I tried to play the games, downloading, the from suspicious websites. So but I would say Love Live was like the main like idol anime that I was into. I was into Wake Up Girls. That was like more like realistic idols. Um, but yeah, I would say like Idolmaster Cinderella Girls as well. I remember really like Ranko. I loved Ranko so much, and Anzu too. Those two are super super cute. But yeah, I think those are the ones that I got into. But then as of recently, I wasn't super into like idols and stuff, but every time I see like art of from Love Live, I get so happy.
Yeah.
mm,
And I saw the original Idolmaster anime,
mm,
and that anime, I I enjoy that one more than the Love Live anime, and it's very different.
mm,
That it's a larger cast of characters. It's career focused as opposed to competition focused, which is
yeah.
pretty different. Um, I just liked the different stories that all the different characters had. Um, the openings were really good, and just for whatever reason, that anime I enjoyed more. But I also see why the Love Live anime connected with a lot more people. That, to be fair, the Love Live anime was much deeper than the original Idolmaster anime.
Yeah. I feel like there's some characters that had like really deep stories. Oh, completely forgot her name. It's just blanking on me, but she has like the blue hair. Oh man. She had a wonderful singing voice. I completely forgot her name. But like I remember seeing the anime and I was like tearing up because like she stopped singing for a while. I think because like her brother died or something like that. Jahaya, I think. Yeah,
Oh,
Jahaya.
yeah. Mm.
Yeah, and I remember crying when I watched that because I was like, "Oh, I love her so much." Um, but also, like, I understand from like Love Live too, like starting from nothing and climbing to the top to do your best and trying hard and working hard to succeed. I feel like it inspired me too. So I feel like there was definitely a bunch of aspects from those two, but for the longest time, it was really hard for me to pick one or the other if I was asked that. But in the
Mhm.
end, I ended up, like, choosing Love Live, because I just connected with the girls a lot more.
Yeah. I remember when the second season of Love Live aired, I was in my last semester of college,
Mm.
and a big plot point in the second season of Love Live is the graduating seniors, and that I was involved with several student groups, and that I saw myself in the graduating seniors and certain things, and that it was airing like months before I was graduating. And was like, ooh, I am being targeted, and I do not like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I I was I cried a lot because, like, the end of Muse, not really so much the end because 'cause they're always together, but, like, the girls graduating, moving forward with their lives, that just tore me up because, I've been holding on to them for so long, but,
Mm,
not everything is forever, and, seeing the movie was so bittersweet. I cried a lot when I watched it. I was able to watch it in theaters.
oh, I bet
But
there were a lot of tears in that theater.
oh yeah, I cried a lot. I was just like, like I wanted them to be happy and to live their lives. Beyond Muse, of course, but it was so hard to let them go. It was really hard to let them go. But I welcomed Aqua with open arms, and I loved all the girls. My favorite out of all of them was Daya, and Yohane. I love those two so much. But it was so hard to move on from Muse. It took me a while, but I still feel like I haven't really fully moved on. But I know they're still there. I know, the art and all that. The girls are still there, but it just felt so bittersweet,
You
especially
never
like the,
forget your
the final
first idol
concert.
group.
No, you never do. But yeah. Mm.
And it's been cool to see that series really continue. And like I said, they have a new season of anime. I think it's Sunshine. I haven't kept up
Oh,
to that. I saw a couple episodes of oh no, wait, was Sunshine the second one?
yeah, that was a
Yeah, no,
Lily
it's
Sunshine. It was Aqua.
yeah, because I saw a couple episodes of Sunshine. That's about where I stopped watching. I think Superstars. I think Superstars is the new one.
Yeah, because they have new ones. Yep. I haven't actually kept up. I need to because there's like a bunch of new different
Yeah, there's
groups. And
been 4 or
there's a
5
lot.
now that they're multiple generations in at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot. And I seen like a few like videos of like new songs and they're bangers. So I think to myself like I need to catch up. Mm.
Yeah, and that it's cool that folks who are growing up now have new Love Live to grow up with.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Hmm. Yep. Yep.
So, you mentioned earlier, so hopping from one anime to another here, Panty and Stocking, and speaking of series that are getting new works that supposedly we're gonna be getting Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt season 2 eventually.
Yeah. Eventually. Oh, I'm crossing my fingers.
Trigger
I
is known for
swear.
taking their sweet time, and you know what? When you have a track record like Trigger for putting out good stuff, I say fine. Just hope that it eventually happens. But
Oh, I hope so.
even
Being able.
like, uh, what a series!
Okay.
No,
Yeah, it was
sorry,
so.
just
Oh no, no. I know. I'm just like gushing over Panty and talking too. I'm like thinking about it. I'm getting so excited because like I remember seeing like the animation style of it. It was so different because around that time, like we have like a bunch of moe blobs and which I love too. But seeing like Panty and Stocking was just so out there. It was so different and even just like seeing like the first episode when they first like transform and hearing Teddy Lloyd's music. That was the first time
yeah,
I listened to Teddy Lloyd
same. Just to
myself.
think that you know Teddy Lloyd has. I don't want to say he's come so far because obviously you're working with Studio Trigger or Studio Gynax at that point in
Yeah.
time. That he made a big but to think about how much he's done since then.
Yeah, and it just blew up too, and I'm even seeing that, like like at the time, I don't want to like speak my age. I probably shouldn't have watched it when I was younger, but I was so interested in the art style. I was so inspired by it. I love Stalking so much. I think she's so cute. But like the animations, even the humor, I thought it was funny, but I didn't really get a bunch of them. But when I rewatched it as an adult, I was like, "Oh my goodness, I shouldn't have watched this."
Oh.
I was like, "Oh my goodness, this went over my head." A bunch
But
of
if
them was
anything,
like
that's some
really
of
innovative.
the best written humor is the one that is designed to be enjoyable by all ages, but go over the heads of the kids for the jokes they're not supposed to get.
Yeah, there was a lot of cartoons like they like threw some jokes here and there
Like
that like me as a
Animaniacs was
kid.
prolific for it.
Oh yes. And like even when as an adult, I just like go back and rewatch or like stumble upon a YouTube video of a documentary or something, and I'm just thinking to myself, "Oh my gosh, I watched this." But yeah, oh, Animaniacs was crazy. I remember that. And like Panty and Stocking, a lot of it was on your face, but like me as a child, I didn't really understand a lot of the things. But I did rewatch it as an adult, and I thought to myself, I probably definitely shouldn't have watched this, but it looks really cool. Mm.
And just I and the ending of Panty and Stocking was the most Panty and Stocking thing they could have done of just cliffhanger ending, and then it says, "See you in season 2." And there is no season 2. For that to have just been the gag of, teehee, no, you're never actually getting it. We never
Oh
planned
my.
anything to continue. It's not supposed to continue. That's the joke because this series is so subversive. Of course they would end it with a out of nowhere cliffhanger and just be like, no, we're not going to. No, there is no ending. That's it.
That was the
That,
biggest middle finger
eh,
ever.
and yet, for over a decade, that's been it. And I was at the point of just accepting that that was how it ended. I'm not
Yeah.
complaining that we're getting more, but just it almost makes me wonder, okay, will they do it to us again?
Yeah, I was so shocked at the last episode of Panty and Stocking. I was like, "What the hell? Like, Stocking? Are you okay?" Like, even though like at the same time like I saw the signs with her like in her date loving that uh that pile of goop. But I was so shocked, and then we never got like the season 2, and I'm like, this is like the biggest middle finger ever in
Yeah.
anime. Like I'm like, what the heck? Nothing can top this. So that I can't like get a season 2, and then once I think it was Anime Expo when they announced it or
Yeah,
something
like
like that.
2 years ago at this point.
Yeah, I was like on the floor. I was like, "What? What? 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 Am I dreaming? Like
It's
pinch
happening. It's real.
Is Am I dead? Am
Because
I
the
actually
other
dead?
part that I could have believed is that it was a rights issue because technically, Panty and Stocking, I think, was the last, if not one of the last
Mm.
projects that Studio Gainax did.
Ah, yeah. Mhm.
Because
I
it was
think
a few years later that Trigger happened and Kill la Kill was their first project. So the other theory that I had held for a while was there was a rights holdup that somehow the rights to Panty and Stocking either went to another company or was reverted to another creator. Just bottom line is that somehow in the transition from Gainax to Trigger, that Trigger did not have the rights to Panty and Stocking, even though Trigger is, for all intents and purposes, the spiritual successor company to Studio Trigger, but that they
yeah.
just didn't have the rights and therefore couldn't do it, and that was the simple answer to why they hadn't continued it. So when
Yeah.
they announced it, Viner, okay, wait a minute. I now kind of also want to know the production history. That was there a rights issue and that it took them this long to sort it out? Or has it just been sort of lying in a vault and that they've been waiting for it? Or have they planned it for ages? Has there been in case of, if we have a couple of bad productions, in case of emergency, break glass and make Panty and Stocking too because we know it'll make money? Like,
Yeah.
what made it so after a decade, why now? What
Yeah.
changed? What caused that decision?
I'm very curious because I could be wrong because there was like internal issues within Gynax, and then that's kind of like led to the creation of Trigger. Um, but I'm very curious myself. Maybe it's just like a rights thing, and eventually they had to wait it out until like they were able to work on it and create a new season. But or maybe just lol. I guess we're gonna just release it now or whatever.
Yeah, we're never going to actually get that behind the scenes story. We almost never do. But that's where my businessy brain goes. Of there's got to be a story there.
Yeah, there has to be. But I'm really excited. I'm really excited for it to see Stalking again. I'm really excited to hear the music. I thought the music was banging in the
Oh yeah.
the first season. Eddie Lloyd, everyone, like even just Scanty and Knee Socks' theme was like prevalent in all my playlists for years. Including Panty and Stockings theme too. It's really, really
Mhm.
good. So I look forward to it.
Yeah. If I had a nickel for every time there was a beloved series from the early 2010s that was going to be getting a continuation in 2025 or later after basically a decade of no movement, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice because we're also getting Madoka.
Yeah. Holy moly.
I didn't even
I was
realize it
so
until today of just like, oh yeah, both Panty and Stocking and Madoka just sort of, or they aired initially around the same time. They had their heyday. They were both incredibly popular. And then they both just sort of disappeared
Yep.
on
I
cliffhangers until now.
I was so shocked that we were gonna get like a continuation beyond Rebellion, but like even
Mhm.
like it's just one of those things. Like once I saw it, I was so excited. Not only because more content, more lore, but more merch. I love collecting those figures. I There's a figure released by Flare, I believe, or no, it was Alter, and of Panty and Stocking, and their aftermarket I think tripled or quadrupled.
Oh my.
So once the second season is out, I'm like hoping and praying on my hands and
Oh, they
knees
have
that
to.
they re-release them. I need them for my
A re-release, I
collection.
don't know. I'm assuming they'll make more. There will be new
Yeah.
figures. I don't know if they'd re-release though.
I know that they for the new Madoka movie, they re-released Aniplex actually manufactured a Gadoka and a Devil Homura
Mm.
years ago for Rebellion, and the aftermarket, oh my gosh, it blew up. It was like a $500, $600 figure, but it retails for about $150 or around there. Um, and once they announced the new movie, months later, Aniplex decided, like, yeah, we'll re-release this this figure here, and I was like shaking. I was like, "What? You're gonna re-release it?" Because the Garuka one was my one of my grails, my figure grails. So I
Oh.
instantly pre-ordered her. So she'll eventually be in my hands. I think she releases in December of this year. I could be
Mm.
wrong, but I always wanted that figure. I think it's such a pretty, pretty figure. So I'm really, really excited, not only for the movie and the anime, but also for the merchandise. Oof, 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 oof.
Actually, speaking of figures, you sent me some pictures of some of your shelves of figures, so I'm actually gonna hop over
Yeah.
here for
Cool.
a little bit. These pictures I wasn't able to put on the other screen because they would have been way too small, and even these I had to cram a little bit, but I'm just gonna zoom in on various things. So, you know, very first thing that the eyes go to, center of the shelves, you have the Madoka figures.
Yep. This is like an older picture. I kind of moved around the shelves a little bit, but I really love figure collecting because when someone comes into my room, they know what I'm into. They know what to talk about. So yeah, Monaco's is definitely a series I love so much. So I, spend quite a bit on like the figures themselves, with her being my favorite character. And I like the 1/4 scales, and I got, of course, the matching Homura because you can't have her without Homura. Um, so yeah, it's very telling of what I'm into. Mm.
And we also have the smaller ones as well over on the side. Um, and I zoomed out just a minute ago. Now I'm gonna have to zoom back in because I'm actually checking. I'm trying to see the manga on the shelf below.
Oh, right below the Dokkan. Yep, I have Higurashi, Kakegurui, and Umineko, and I have like a shelf full of like Higurashi and Umineko because I really really like Seventh Expansion. I love Umineko. I love Higurashi so much. I wish they would release figures and merchandise for Umineko. But you see like Rika, you see Rena, you see Shion, and on the right with the Kakegurui manga too, because I really really like that series as well. With of course Kill a Kill right there. So, mm. And then right below it is like more my cutesy manga. So like the Tokyo Mew Mew, you have Madoka right there. There's Lucky Star, my beloved.
Oh, Lucky
Oh,
Star. Oh, yes, another Lucky Star enjoyer. There are not enough of us in this day and age.
it was actually my first anime that I
Really?
yeah, because if we
Wow.
don't count like ones you find on TV, right,
Yeah,
on
yeah.
4K, Lucky Star was my first anime. I rented it off of Netflix when they used to send DVDs.
Mm.
So I rented it and I watched it in like a CRT with a DVD player. And I was just watching the kitchen and I would pretend to be Konata. And one day my parents called me out. It's like, "Are you trying to act like the blue-haired girl?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna destroy
Oh.
myself now." But yeah,
Lucky
I
Star is
love Lucky
still my
Star.
gold standard for slice of life anime.
Yes, it's so good. It's Kino. I'm
It's
gonna
just
say it. It's
it's so
Kino.
good. It is a series by nerds for nerds. It is just but it's also very universal. There's a couple things here and there that are sort of Japanese culture related, but there's so much of it that is really just something that anyone can watch and sort of relate to, and that it, it takes a special series to have so many conversations about nothing be so gripping. And
Yeah.
for it to work in both Japanese and English, that the Lucky Star dub is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really, really good. It's what I grew up with, so I have a special place in my heart for the dub. And every time I rewatch Lucky Star, I tend to go towards
Yeah,
the dub. But the
I
sub is so
prefer the
good too.
dub. That
Yeah.
obviously, yeah, they're both fantastic. But just eh, which which end of the chocolate coordinate do you think is the head? And just
Oh,
talking
yeah.
in circles and just it's they get into sort of storylines eventually, and that sometimes they'll have some semblance of a plot for a school festival or you know uh, just but everything is so simple. It's so nice, and it's so absolutely out there that it's so realistic, it's almost not realistic.
Yeah.
I don't even
I
know how
would
to
always
describe it, but it's just so much
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, it's such a good like anime, and I stumbled upon the manga at a thrift store, and I'm missing I think a volume or two. One day I'll collect them all.
Aw.
Uh, but as soon as I saw them, because like I think manga, like especially older manga, they're being sold for such a high price. Like take Umineko for example, the manga is extremely, extremely hard to find. Like even the first volume, which I have myself, it's being sold like I don't know, like 200, $300. Like these mangas are sold for such a pretty penny.
For a
So once
single
I see
volume?
Yes, some of these volumes are so expensive. I wish I have a completed collection of Umineko manga, but yeah, it's very, very rare to find. And I hope one day they republish some. But Lucky Star, once I saw them, I was like, I need to pick this up. I don't care the condition of these of the manga. I need to pick it up
Yeah, at
because
that point, if you can
Lucky
get it,
Star's
you get it.
perfect. Yeah, and then Lucky Star is like has such a special place in my heart. Like even today, like I would have conversations with friends just talking about food and like random nonsense, and I think to myself, "Oh, I just had a Lucky Star moment." So yeah, it's really really fun. Yep, and you see my dress up darling, Tokyo Mew Mew, Sailor Moon, Toradora. Oh, I love Toradora so
Yeah,
much.
we have the full maid shelf down here. Sorry to cover you up, chat.
Yep. Since Sayori is one of my biggest inspiration as an artist, I I like Inekopara. I just played the first volume, the second volume, but I'm more interested in like the character designs, more so than the games themselves and Sayori as an artist. So since she's been like such a big part of my like art life,
Mm-hmm.
I collect the figures of the Nekopara girls with coconut and I would say yeah, coconut is my favorite, but I also really like chocolate and vanilla too because those are the two that I first saw when I stumbled upon her art in Pixiv.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then
And
some
we have,
characters. Yeah.
we have a couple on the sides, and we also have what seems to be a pumpkin Miku, I think.
Oh yes. Um.
Also, I haven't glanced at the other picture. Is this on the other picture as well? Uh,
Oh, I don't have the other picture. I should have taken a picture, but I have like a Halloween Miku shelf. So, I have a few. I have a lantern Miku. I have a pumpkin Miku. I just have like a whole entire. I have like a whole glass display case of Hatsune Miku. I would say, I have a lot of characters that I like, but Hatsune Miku, is my wife. She's my wife. Since I first saw her, I don't know. I think it was like 2010, 2011. I saw like actually, my first song was a Rin song. It was Fear Garden. Ever
mm.
since then, I went down the rabbit hole of Vocaloid and I saw Hatsune Miku and I thought she was the cutest character ever. And she is just a big part of my life and I would say she's my wife, hands down.
They're just
Yeah.
trying to position things so they're actually visible. But
Yeah.
it, Miku is such an interesting character in terms of
Mm,
just her history and her proliferation of just. I didn't realize how much of a mark she'd actually made in the West until probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. That I was aware of Miku really early on, way back in the day, and that they made an attempt to get Miku into the mainstream in the West, and it didn't work.
mm,
And for a while, I thought that it was even among like the anime community, it felt like it was more niche. And then somewhere along the line, I realized no, it's actually it didn't hit mainstream, but it hit mainstream anime fandom. And I think it was just like the circles and the sites that I was in, perhaps unsurprisingly, it wasn't the target demographic. So I didn't realize how much of an impact it had made, even though I knew of Miku. But
Mm.
then afterwards realizing, okay, they actually did have an impact, and obviously, Vocaloid still is very prominent today. They're actually releasing later this year, I think it is, a Miku movie.
Oh, yes, it was Project Sekai. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep. Yep. I'm very, very excited for that. Even though like I haven't played the app that much, anything Miku, I'm there. I was there for like the concert. I was so excited to even go to Miku Expo. And just she's her design even is so
It's
iconic.
it's such
Another
a clean design, and the fact that she's had so many variants and they're all good.
just amazing. I love racing Miku too. Like every single year, Good Smile Racing comes out with a banger design. I really love this year's because she looks like a witch. So of course, she always comes after my wallet. So they come out with Nendroids, Figmas, scale figures, and I'm like, well, unzips my wallet. I guess I'll take three.
Mm, and I
So.
ended up I had a thought pretty recently, and I realized I think Miku may have indirectly helped laid the groundwork for the success of VTubing.
Mm.
That when so we have Miku. Miku is not represented by a person. That she is full on. Obviously, Miku is not AI. Anyone says AI, Miku's AI doesn't know what they're talking about. But then Miku is a pre-programmed entertainer, and
Mm.
that synthesized voice, and that obviously it takes a great deal of talent and artistry to do everything from her visual designs, her dance designs, her music designs. There's still an incredible amount of artistry, but that she is not portrayed by a person. But part of me wonders if having Miku be so prominent and people understanding, all right, that Miku is, that people are able to cheer for Miku, people are able to identify with Miku, people are able to really become fans of Miku, even without having somebody behind Miku, that
Yeah.
then when you get to VTubing, if anything, it's easier to get into VTubers and understand the appeal of VTubing than Miku because there is a one-to-one human behind a VTuber. And
Yeah.
that with Miku having already achieved such prominence, that when VTubing comes along, the idea of the one thing that quote unquote separates VTubers from normal human performers being the animated model, we already have done that mentally, that we've already seen a character like this. This isn't new territory. We're not having to go through that mental hurdle at all because we've already experienced Miku. Whereas if we don't have Miku, do we have to mentally acclimate in some way? And I think that because we had Miku, that she sort of preemptively broke a mental barrier that I think may have helped the rise of VTubing.
Yeah, I feel like just Miku in general is just you can make her however you want her to be. Like, starting out as a voice bank and, musicians using her, basically as an instrument to create their own songs. They can portray her however they like in
Hmm.
whatever they want. Like, like in sad songs, really pop, like stylized songs. They can do anything. Like, I feel like Miku's everyone's OC to a certain degree where like they can, as long as they, keep the important aspects of her, like, sometimes her twin tails, sometimes she doesn't even have twin tails, her hairstyle is, you can make Miku whatever you want it to be. And I feel like that's just such a big impact, like creatively, even just like for VTubers themselves too, just to do whatever they want.
Hmm.
And I think it's just so awesome to see that grow, even just starting when I first got into it back in like 2010. Like I stumbled upon a video and like Miku doesn't have like a set personality, she doesn't have a set age, nothing. You make Miku
Yeah.
Miku, and it's just you have the hand of like whatever you want creatively to make Miku. And I thought that was so awesome. Vocaloid was another big inspiration to me. Like I know I mentioned like Tato and stuff, but like and also naming Miss Pumpkin because of Hachi's song. It's just a big impact in like my life too.
Your
And
twin
even though like
tails in your newest model are very reminiscent of Miku.
yeah, and the reason why I love Twin Tails so much is because of Hatsune Miku. It's really interesting to talk about like, you know, an instrument basically as my waifu, but like her design, everything just about Miku is just what I love so much. And man, I just decided to create a whole shelf of like Miku figures of all the different scale figures and androids figmas of the designs that I really, really love and like to look at and just decide, yep, this is my waifu shelf. This is Miku. You can even make her Brazilian. Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Mm, so,
And on this shelf above the Madoka ones, we have Monogatari.
yes. Yep. I really love Shinobu. I remember first watching the anime because I watched it first and I couldn't get into it because I was like I can't understand like the whole dialogue and everything like that, but eventually revisited it when I was in high school and I fell in love with it. And it's just one of those things like I showed all my friends, but um a good chunk of them didn't really get into it. It's hard to get
It's an
into sometimes.
initially tough one, and part
Yeah.
of it is because so much of the wordplay is Japanese
Mhm.
that the to their credit, the subtitles do as good a job as one can possibly do in terms of localizing the puns and finding English words that mean effectively what it means in Japanese while still having it be a pun. Because if it was a literal translation, it wouldn't rhyme and it wouldn't be a pun, and it would just seem like they're saying really weird stuff. I
Yeah.
think Monogatari must have been one of the most difficult subtitle translations to do,
Yep.
just because
Mhm.
it's so much wordplay, and
Yes.
that puns literally don't translate. It
Mhm.
just you have to find something.
Yep. I didn't actually realize that until like I stumbled upon a Tumblr post and then I thought to myself, okay, I'm gonna try it again and if there's something I don't understand, I might as well just Google it and see if I like find out from there. And but I remember stumbling upon a Tumblr post and I was like, okay, let me try again. Because it was initially very hard for me to get into it, but since it released when I was, very young still, I it was hard for me to understand those things and the
Yeah, and
characters.
mm, I've only seen the first 2.5 seasons,
Mm,
and I know they actually had a new one pretty recently, so I have a fair bit of Monogatari to catch up on. But what I saw, I enjoyed, and it's one of those that wound up on the back burner that had stayed on the back burner for many years.
yeah,
But I do
yeah,
want to finish it.
yep. I know there was a recent season that just came out. I haven't watched it myself. I want to go back and reread all the light novels. The one that I'm very very familiar with I probably won't go back to was Kizu Monogatari, and I loved it a lot. But it's one of those things this year I need to get to is just to read the light novels. I need to do it. I need to reread them because it's one of those things I've been doing this year actually is revisiting a bunch of series that I loved as a kid as an adult to see if I can get like a wider understanding of it and see if like I have a different perspective to it.
Mm.
Like I rewatched Arya and I'm rereading Umineko, and now me as an adult with all everything that I've learned thus far, like see if I can see it at a different perspective, and it's been very very enjoyable. So I'm looking forward to this when I eventually get to it. Mm.
And then at the top shelf, we have the Fumos.
Fumos, I love Fumos. I think they're so cute. I think my first Fumo, it's not pictured there, but it's Ran Yakumo from Toho. I bought her off of someone like a mutual on Tumblr, and I remember then all the Toho Fumos were so expensive, being retailed for like $25, $30 at the time to being resold to 100, $200. I actually bought Rand for $60, so I bought her
That's a
double the
bargain.
price. Yeah, that was a bargain at the time. And now Gift has been re-releasing Fumo, so I was able to get my hands on Patchouli Knowledge's Fumo and a bunch of other ones. But the Patchouli one was the one that I was really, really looking forward to. And I have a really, really big Patchouli Fumo, like sitting on my shelf right now, actually. So this picture is not 100% up to date, but yeah, I love
Mm.
Fumos.
It's been fun seeing some VTubers get Fumos of their own, and that you know, they haven't copyrighted the style of eyes, so folks are just able to do that, and it's become iconic in its own way, and it's very fun to see folks adapting that and using that.
Yeah, I really like the Fumo art style, and maybe you'll see something to do in the Fumo style. Wink, 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 wink. Wink. But yeah, I really, really like collecting them. I like collecting in general, but those little guys, once I hold them, I'm like, oh, serotonin.
Yeah.
Mm,
And now we have shelf number 2, and right there
yes.
at the top we see the boys.
The
The boys.
boys. Yep, this is my little Sonic corner. It's work in progress. But this is where I'm at right now.
We also do have harking back to earlier conversations right there sitting on the corner. I believe that is a Morgana.
Yeah, there's a Morgan right there, the 2P color. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then this is I'm gonna have to crunch this so we can fully appreciate everything here, but get back here. That is a really cool Supersonic figure.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, the Shadow.
really good.
Yeah.
Oh, that Shadow. Oop.
No worries. Yeah, the Super Shadow from First Four Figures with the throwing out his Chaos Spears. I actually got that for on sale. I saw it for like 50% off, and I'm like, First Four Figures are really, really expensive, and it's my birthday's around the corner. Maybe I'll get a little treat. So I got him as a little treat.
A big
But I
little
think
treat, yes.
yeah, big little treat. And of course, I'm sure you really like the statue right next to him. On the left is this Sonic and Shadow doing the pose for Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah, yes, and that you positioned it very nicely in front of the Sonic Adventure 2 vinyl.
Yes. I am gonna eventually get like a stand or probably hang it up on the wall just so you can see it more clearly. But yeah, my Sonis corner. So these are all the things that I picked up along the way. There's a bunch of different Sonic stuff I have around, around the room, but I tried to get a bunch of them in the little shelf, but I think I might need to get a bigger shelf because
I see
there's a lot.
cheese, and I think that's just a generic Chow, but also, I don't know if
Yeah.
I've actually seen Chow plushies before.
Yep. They sell them. I remember seeing cheese and I was so excited. I love Chow so much. I love Chow Garden. I hope one day we get another Chow Garden. It's just so therapeutic.
I've said many times, I think I have the answer to what Sega should have done 5 years ago, and if they had done it, they would have made so much money, it would be silly. Fine, you don't want to add Chow to the game for whatever reason. I think the excuse that they've used is because it slows down the gameplay. They want to get you from one level to the next fast, and that it broke the momentum, or whatever. Fine, I don't really buy that argument, but fine. If you want to stick to it, fine. You just need to, then you just have to make a Chow game. And I can understand that they might not want to make an entire mainline level game, AAA console release title for Chow. Fine. There's a very easy, very obvious, very lucrative answer to this. If they made a Chow Garden mobile game, do you have any idea how much money they would make?
They would make
Gotchas
so
for the
much
different
money.
egg colors and different accessories, and you could have different characters in there that have different abilities or stats to raise the Chow. a Chow mobile game would print money.
It would go crazy. It'd go insane. I would like a Chow raising game. That'd be so cool. I would have a Chow like, on my phone, in my pocket if I want, some a little bit of happiness. Just pick up my phone and check on my Chows. They're so
Mm-hmm.
cute. Hmm. But
Like,
one day,
I
maybe.
really can't believe they haven't done it yet.
I don't
Like
know.
it feels like such a sort of a monkey with its paw thing because of course they'd monetize the hell out of it. That
Mm,
it would probably just be terribly, terribly monetized. But gosh, at this point, Chow fans are so starved they'd probably do it anyways.
yeah. I hope maybe I don't know one day, but I know a lot of people are very vocal about like wanting a Chow mobile app of like a gotcha or something like that. But I feel like recently, the team has been like hearing us out and implementing things that the fans would like. So maybe one day, maybe I'm coping, but I
Like
hope
fingers
so.
crossed. I'm not expecting it. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but it'd be nice.
Yeah.
We can hope. We can dream.
Yep.
So
But yeah, there's. Oh, go ahead.
we have these two pieces up on the wall.
Hmm.
I want to get to the Sonic one in a second, but what is this first one? I can't tell if it's a sketch
Uh,
or a print, and
yeah,
I'm blanking on the name of the character.
it's Klonoa. So it's not really Sonic related, but I put it up in the wall because I needed to. So it's Klonoa, and it was drawn by Tracy Yardley, who also worked on Sonic art too. So this is a one-to-one. So he sold it in his little shop, and it's the only copy out there. So as soon
Ooh.
as I saw it, I snagged it because I admire Tracy Yardley's art so much. His art is amazing. I love how he draws like Sonic characters. And I love Klonoa. With Klonoa 2 being my favorite. I first played it this year, and I fell in love with the series. It's a very, very good starter platformer with a really, really charming story and made me cry. So if you haven't played it, I recommend it.
And
Mm.
then this last one, s- just man, I'm trying to crop and now I'm just messing it up. Womp. That it seems to be signed. I can't tell by who.
So, this was signed by Roger Craig Smith himself. I met him at a convention. So, the picture's not put up yet, but I have Colleen, who voiced Tails. I have Roger Craig Smith, of course, voicing Sonic, and then Mitch, who also voiced Knuckles. So I have those signatures. Like I have a picture, but I haven't put it up on the wall. But yeah, that's Rogers. I was very, very happy to meet him, and he's very, very kind too. It was such a wonderful experience.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's so cool.
Yeah, so it was very sweet. I got a little video, and then also a picture with him too. It was really awesome to see like a bunch of different Sonic fans too, wanting to meet him along with, the voice actors for Tails, Knuckles, Eggman, all of them. So it's really, really neat.
Mm, I'm gonna sloppily reset the picture because while this is the Sonic corner, there are some other things here as well that I actually
Mm,
saw a number of other Morgan figures on the other shelves.
yeah.
Wow, there really is no elegant way to do this. That we have on a shelf below the Sonic
Mm,
Adventure 1 vinyl
yes, with the
figures,
statue.
and also I can't tell at a glance if that's 2B. I haven't
Yeah,
I haven't played the Nier series, so I know that they're characters from
yeah.
Nier, but I can't tell if that's
Yep.
2B or if that's one of the other ones.
Yep. So the big statue is 2B, and then little Nendoroids is 2B, 9S, and 8-2. I really love Yoko Taro, with, Drakengard 3 being my favorite. So, I remember playing near Automata, Autotomato, however you pronounce it, for the first time, and that's what just dragged me into Yoko Taro, and then played near, and then Drakengard. So, yeah, so I made a little shelf with 2B I really, really love her character design.
And I don't actually know who the character on this bottom shelf is.
On the bottom shelf is of an Ellen, a Slayer Ellen from Terra, which was a now dead um, online
Yes,
MMORPG.
I've heard of Terra. I know the age-old
Mhm.
tale of Terra. It's a
Yes,
cool design.
it's really, really cool. When I play Terra, I main Slayer. Every time like I pick up like an MMORPG, the class I typically pick are tanks, which is really funny to me because I lead the pack and I'm very introverted. So me picking up Final Fantasy 14 and Terra and all these different games, and I love cute girls with like
Two girls with big weapons.
insanely large weapons. It's just one of my favorite things ever. It's not pictured here, but I have another Ellen figure with an axe. So I love that so much. I think it's so cute.
Yeah,
So,
very, very fun. And we also do see, hiding over here, I see that shadow over there in the corner.
oh yes, it's close. Oh yeah, the Shadow skateboard. I remember going to my local skate shop just to pick it up, and I think Limited Run released more decks for Sonic Adventure, and I picked up Sonic and E102 Gamma. So I need to put him up on the wall, but yeah, he's like my only board that I have right now. I only skated just a bit as a kid, but I thought to myself, maybe I'll build like a board, um, or maybe I'll just leave it alone because I don't want him getting all scratched up.
You you mentioned that the um the re-released figure that you ordered recently was your Grail.
Yes.
What is your Grail now?
Oh, I would say my grail now would be, I think it would be Flair's Bayonetta statue. I don't think that statue I'll ever get my hands on unless I win the lottery. Because she retailed, I want to say like around $100, $200, but she's well over $1,000 aftermarket. She
Oh,
is.
oh my.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had the opportunity to pick up a replica Scarbarrow's Fair gun in Sage, so it had the pink jewel on it from First Four Figures. So I've always wanted a replica like Bayonetta gun, but I always wanted the flare statue of her, and it's so hard to locate her. I go to Ami Ami, Mandarake, I go to like My Figure Collection and see if anyone's selling her. I've seen her sold for like over $1,000. I've seen her for like even like 600, 700, $800. It's very, very expensive, but if I ever get my hands on her, I would be a very, very happy duty. But I would say she's my grail right now.
Mm,
Yeah.
any series for manga or other things that you've been trying to track down that you mentioned that some of the Lucky Star ones were particularly expensive? Is there anything there, or even ones that are not as expensive but might be either difficult to find or that you just haven't had the time to pick up yet?
I think I would say Aria. I know they released some Nendroids recently. I still need to pick them up. I just want to create a little Aria shelf since I rewatched the anime recently. Growing up, I loved it a lot, but rewatching it as like, me now, I have like a new appreciation for it and really, really, truly love the series. So they released some Nendos. There's some scale figures that were released in the past that I want to pick up. So maybe one day I'll be able to get them in my hands. But I would say Arya. If there's anything else, I think yeah, I would just say that. Mm.
Mm, uh, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I've never really been a collector. That
Mm-hmm.
I sort of collected Pokemon cards to an extent back in the day, but it was never trying to complete a collection. It was just, oh, I like Pokemon. I'm gonna buy some packs and occasionally buy a card from a shop if I really like it, but
Mm.
I love seeing people's collections, even if I don't necessarily get the joy of collecting myself, but just seeing the ones that people like and the way that they display them. That I love seeing shelf displays like yours because there's a certain artistry to it of just
Mm.
how people organize things. Because when you're doing that, whether it's conscious or not, there's something deliberate to it that I only have a couple of small shelves, but when I set them up, I want them just so that I want the ones that mean the most to me a little bit more center, a little bit more near eye level, and even the ones that are on the lower upper shelves that you want them to look good and that, when you glance over there that you're smiling. It's like, yeah, that looks nice. It's really good. And that the pieces that you decide to get, because obviously there's so much Sonic merch, there's so much Madoka merch, there's so much Miku merch, and that deciding which ones, okay, this is the one that speaks to me, like this design I really, really like. Do you find yourself tending towards anything specific stylistically when it comes to figures? Do you look for certain poses? Do you usually prioritize different outfits? What are you looking for when you're getting your figures?
I really don't have anything in mind. If it looks cute and I like the pose and I like the colors, I just grab it. I know,
That's fair. Sometimes it
recently.
can just be instinctive, just like, I like that.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like I don't have a set plan. Like if I am looking at a figure, go to Ami Ami and just browse. I, I, if I order it, I work with it. As soon as I receive it, I just create something new. I just look at the figure that I have and the figures that I own, and I think to myself, oh, I can create a really cute shelf using these figures because they have similar, like design, or like the color schemes are very very similar to like how like my Neko Power shelf on the bottom from that one picture had like other like there's a diner girl with kind of like cat ears, and something like similar in design, and just kind of working with it. Even like there's a few that I've ordered that I never thought I would order before. Like I ordered a To Love Ru figure that's on the way, um, of Golden Darkness and wearing a nurse outfit. And I thought to myself, oh, well, when I receive her, I'll find a spot for her, with other cute figures. But I really don't have a set plan. I just look at them. If it's a character that I really, really, really love, or a design I just can't take my eyes off of, I click order and then I eat, ice bowl soup for the next week.
Is there So you mentioned Grail, but is there a character that you haven't been able to get a figure of because it's just sometimes certain characters don't get a lot of figures or they're just really
Mm.
hard to find? Are there any characters that you've not been able to get merch of yet that you are looking for, that you're trying to find something and you might not even know if
Mm.
the merch exists?
I think it's really hard to say because like all the characters, fortunately, have a lot of figures. But I want to say Umineko. Umineko, like as a series, like doesn't get a lot like of merch, and I want to say like I would kill for a wicked statue of Beatrice or a battler. Like Beatrice with her dress or gown would be so gorgeous. Like if, let's say, Alter is my favorite manufacturing company along with Good Smile. Um, like a really awesome altar figure of her, or maybe of her in the painting in that sitting pose, something of the sort. But I don't think we get a lot of Umineko merch, and I think a scale of Beatrice or Anje or Battler, one of the characters, I don't care who, I just want I just want Umineko merch.
Mm,
Mm.
We're definitely living in an age where there's much more merch and it's easier to get things of more characters than ever before, for sure. Uh, Back in the day, it feels like there was just fewer options, but now that some get more than others, and we all have, I feel like, a couple of just the more niche ones. Like, if only that got a bit more. But hopefully,
Yeah.
we'll get some Umineko. I'm trying to think; they haven't had anything 'Cause it is such a well-regarded series that I wonder if it could end up in line for we've had a good number of I don't even wanna call them reboots, but
Mm,
redos of a lot of
mm,
classic anime series that, Ranma 1/2 is actually just starting a new
yeah.
one that, they did that for Urusei Yatsura, Spice and Wolf, Fruits Basket. I wonder if Umineko could end up getting something like that.
That'd be quite exciting if that is the case, because like Dean was the one who worked on the anime, and a lot of people, including myself, it was terrible. It was awful. It's really really hard to adapt to like such a long sound novel, in just 24 episodes. But if they did I don't know, like if they did like a set of movies or like a long series, like
Because they
fully
did
like, adapting
4
it.
seasons, I think, that they did about 50 episodes for the re-release of Fruits Basket, and
Mm,
they've already done 24 episodes of Spice and Wolf and are clearly doing more, because you're right, there are plenty of series that got 2 cores worth stuff and then just sorta left off, and some were really, really compressed and some left on cliffhangers. But, uh, I don't know how many Urusei Yatsura has had, but I know it's been more than 24. So, do you think it's something that could be done in 50 episodes, or do you think it would need something more than even that?
I think it might even need more than that, because like even 24 didn't even scratch the surface. And during the time of they made Umineko, episode 8 wasn't even completed. So there was a lot of plot holes because they had to
Oof.
work with not yeah, they finished the anime just terribly because episode 8 wasn't even done. So I would say like more than that, since there's so much to cover. But I'm sure they can do it if the budget is there and the demand is there. At least 78. Yeah,
That's a
I'd
very
say
specific
more.
amount.
Yeah, at least 78. I would say way more than that. I'd say like 100, 150 episodes. But that's me. I want to cover everything because it's a mystery, and uncovering the secrets of Rokonjima and all the characters and their arcs. It's just there's so much to unpack. And I'm just if they ever did that, I would be on the floor. I'd be crying because that is one of my favorite series of all time.
Mm,
Mm.
yeah, the one series I'm constantly waiting for them to give a proper redo to is Oron.
Oron, like High School Host Club?
Yeah, yeah.
Really? I love that. Do you
Because
want like the
the anime was
completion?
fantastic,
Hmm.
but it wasn't an ending.
Yeah, it
I've
wasn't.
not read the manga, but I know that the manga has an ending that it continues on. I'd love to see that animated.
Yes, I was very, very happy to see Fruits Basket, completed, because I remember watching, the anime from the 2000s, and I loved it a lot. I read the manga, and seeing, the reboot of it and just having them complete it was so
Mm,
nice.
yeah,
Having Oron getting that same treatment, that'd be wicked. I'd look forward to that.
yeah. I hope we can get it again. Kind of coping, but maybe someday, maybe. I feel
I
like every
mean,
successful redo that we get just paves the way for more. That it shows that okay, if it is a loved enough series and that none of these are new. That it's 15, 20 years down the line. These aren't quick reboots that they're churning out.
mm,
It's just that we've had enough time pass that there's now a lot of classics that weren't given the full and proper treatment on their first go around. That people are realizing, oh wait, we can do this, and it's kind of a redo, but also it's not a redo. It's properly completing an incomplete story.
yep. I hope that they do that, because there's plenty of anime that were adapted horribly. That it allows new people to get to know the series and be welcome to it. Because I think anime is very easy for anyone to get into a series. That's how I got into Umineko.
Hmm.
I watched the anime, and as a kid I liked it a lot, but after reading like the sound novel and um And, like, reading the manga too, I just realized, like, "Oh, that was really bad." But it allowed me to get into it because it's so
Mm-mm.
easy.
Yeah.
Um, so I think that's something that hopefully in the future that they, pick up, other series and just, adapt it properly.
Mm, yeah, definitely
Mm,
hoping for that. A couple others as well, like, Soul Eater would be nice.
Oh, yeah, that would be
Like,
nice, huh?
actually, that's your aesthetic. That's your entire aesthetic. I'm guessing you've seen Soul Eater?
Yeah, I have. I mean, I was really, really into like Soul Eater as a kid. The aesthetic, Death the Kid was my favorite. So I really, really like that.
Blair Witch also had pumpkin bombs, didn't she?
Yeah. Soul Eater, yeah, Blair, yeah, 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 yeah. Cute, cute, cute.
Yeah, there was a lot of good stuff, and you're getting a lot of new good stuff as well. That I'm definitely not one of the everything was better in my day and they don't make good stuff anymore. Is there a little bit more isekai out there than I'd like to see? But yeah, but there's also just so much more anime. Period. Like there's
Yeah.
the number of series that come out each season is nearly double what it was 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So if I think the number of good shows we get every year is equal to, if not more, than what we used to get 10 years ago. But the number of not so great shows is also equal to, if not more, because the number of shows across the board is more. So there's just been an increase of the good and the not so good. And sometimes, because of that, it can feel like it's actually a proportional shift when I don't think it is.
Mm. Yep. There's a lot of them. And I remember my arc where I would just watch nothing but poorly adapted harem like visual novels. I don't know why, but like I just watched a bunch of them, and I was very stubborn as a kid, even as a teenager too. If I started an anime, I'd go through it. I'd watch it in its entirety, bad or good. If I hate it, I'll still watch it. I'll hate watch it even. But that burnt me out.
Mm, understandable, yeah. That we were talking about this the other day, and I mentioned that I will aggressively drop shows that I watched a dozen premieres with my friend last Sunday.
Mm.
5, 6 of them I do not plan to watch episode 2 of. I'm gonna keep up with a chunk of them, and there were a couple others that I picked up along the way. But there's also a couple on that list that I'm like, I'm gonna give it 2 more episodes, and I might drop it then. And if I find myself looking away or just pausing or tuning out mentally, I will just. I've dropped shows on episode 8 or 9 before and been like, nah, I'm just not feeling it anymore.
Really?
It's pretty
Wow.
rare that I'll drop something that far in, that it's
Hmm.
usually like one episode. I usually know whether or not I want to watch a series. Um,
Mm.
Maybe 10% of shows that I get to episode 3, I will drop.
Um,
Usually, if I'm in past episode 3, I'm in for the long haul. That dropping in something, dropping something at episode 8, 9 is definitely an anomaly. But
mhm.
that scenario has come up before, where it's just I realize, all right, in episode 6 or so, it's not loving it quite as much. Episode 7, all right, it's not like a one episode thing where if I'm not having a good time and I'm that far into a series that I'll drop it. But if I notice, okay, 6 was mid for me, 7 was also mid, 8, now I'm tuning out. That I sort of keep up mentally week over week what the enjoyment was, and if it just falls off to a point that I might drop it.
Yeah. I always give myself like a 3 episode rule where like if I don't enjoy it, I'll just, not continue it. But there was plenty of times where like I'd watch something that I despised so much and hated every single aspect of it, and I'm like, oh man, I'll still keep watching it. But of course I catch myself on my phone, opening up a different tab, having it in the background. But I was just like, I
I
wanted
have a
to be a
couple friends that are
completionist.
completionists. That you're definitely not the only person I've heard of that uh, just
It's
sometimes like, well, no, I started this, I need to finish it, I need to see.
Yeah, and it's really it was hard to break out of that because I remember, a certain point in time, like around 2015, I would say like from 2012 to 2015, 16, I would like watch every single anime that's in the season, and every day I'd
Yeah, I
have
still
a
can't
new
believe
episode to
that.
watch.
I like even back then, even 10 years ago, that's still like 30 series in a season. No,
Yep.
I can't do that, and I still watch a very good amount.
Yep, I was crazy. I was just like watching all these different shows. If I liked it, great. If I didn't, I still watch it. Just to say that I watched it. And then I think it was just like I had my anime list opened up and updated it religiously, and I really liked, that my watch time hit like a certain amount of days, and having this vast knowledge of anime around the time, because I really liked it. I really liked watching a bunch of shows, and even things that I didn't really expect to like, I ended up liking, and it was a good time. But eventually, I felt very very burnt out.
Yeah, that I can definitely see how that would end up happening. But glad you were able to break that habit and not burn out of anime entirely.
Yeah, I don't watch as nearly the amount of anime that I watched back then, but once a series is out and I really, really do want to watch it, I'll watch it, or I'll wait till it's done in its entirety and binge it. I think I'd prefer binging it more so than just keeping up every single week.
Anything new that you're watching this season or that you plan to binge once it finishes?
The only episode that I watched was on Dan Da Dan.
Mm,
And it was interesting. I didn't expect it to be that way because I didn't read the manga.
yeah, I
But
didn't know what I was getting into either, and I was like, oh, that's a strong cup of tea.
yeah, it was insane. I really want to watch the new Ranma though, because growing up I loved Ranma, so I wanna watch that. But I've been catching myself like rewatching things. Um, one that I've been is in the back of my mind, and I want to get back into because I've never actually finished it in its entirety, was Gintama. I remember getting
Oh, that's a
super, super
long one.
into.
I never
Yeah,
watched Gintama, but I know that it's a lot.
yeah, it's a lot. I was super, super far in, and I'm like, I don't know why I stopped watching. I loved all the characters. But I want to get back into Gintama one day, mayhaps. But Ranma, definitely, I want to watch the new one and see.
Yeah, I've seen the first two episodes of the new one. I didn't actually watch the original, but I'm enjoying it. I know that
Mm,
there's a couple differences that they have modernized it in the technological sense that they have modern cell phones and such, and that may alter a few things. And I heard they changed a small plot point. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a huge thing,
mm.
but uh, we'll see how that goes. But I've definitely been enjoying it as someone who doesn't have prior context.
Oh, well, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I remember watching it on YouTube, and like my local library at the time, like, it was really hard for me to find manga and to order manga online. So my library actually had like Ranma, on their shelves and a bunch of other series that I really, really loved. So I was
Yeah,
really happy to see that they're, creating something new with it. So yeah, definitely
yeah.
one of these days I need to watch
It,
it.
it's been a series that I've been aware of for a very long time, and I have a really good friend who it's their favorite series of all time. So, uh, I'd always meant to go back and watch it, and I'm very glad to have this now that I'm all in. I'm gonna watch it. If nothing else, it's like sort of for them that even if it's not the same one that they watched that became their number one, that uh, it's a very good friend. And I really want to watch this one. Plus, I've also heard that the first season was very good, but apparently then got shifted to a different studio for the later seasons, and that the animation quality kind of tanked.
Yeah, that's common.
Mm,
So, oh, that's really nice too. I think that's really sweet to like watch something to not only just to get into it, but also for your friends too, and to have like those sort of conversations, like, especially when plot twists and major plot points occur, and you just discuss with them. I think that's
mm,
really cool.
yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm realizing we've been at this for 4.5 hours.
Oh wow! Holy moly!
Holy
Oh
moly,
wow!
indeed. Yes,
This
whew,
I'm
but this has been a lot of fun, but it is getting late. But I have just a couple last questions that I ask all my guests. And the
yeah.
first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? That we're now getting toward the end of October, so not too much left, but
Hmm.
whether it be a particular project or a game or anything else, is there something that you're hoping to achieve before we hit 2025?
Yeah, I think I did hint it. Well, it wasn't really so much of a hint. We kind of said it, but I've been working on a cover with Takako, so I really want to get that done before the year ends. Muster up the strength to record my part. But I'm really, really excited to share that with everyone. So yeah, I would say like getting the cover out before, the end of the year. And along with that, I want to beat as many Sonic games as I possibly can. Like maybe I want to say like let's try four more. Four more Sonic games to beat. I know I need to beat Shadow the Hedgehog, and I still need to start Sonic Frontiers. So there's two. There's Sonic Shadow Generations. There's three. So I need one more game. Hopefully by the end of the year, I'll have those four beaten. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll say those. Mm.
Yeah. And then the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not
Mm.
what the definition of a VTuber is, but different people get different things from VTubing. I've had folks
Yeah.
say that it lets me get in touch with my inner child, it lets me be someone I can't be in real life. I've had others say, I like my model, I think it looks really cool, but I don't have a deep emotional attachment to it, but I think that it lets me be a better entertainer than I could possibly be as a face cam streamer. And
Yeah.
those are two pretty opposite answers. And there's stuff in between and there's stuff beyond, and there's no right or wrong way to be a VTuber. So for you, Rurika, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Hmm. I remember. You know how I said like I wanted Miss Pumpkin to move and to like have a model and just I guess stream just to get my OC bring my OC to life. But it ended up becoming more than that.
Mm,
It's just more so like sharing a part of myself in the internet, even if it's small. Sharing like with my community, the things that I'm into, my hobbies, my aspirations, my goals. I wanted to share that with them and also inspire them too. As cheesy as it sounds, I wanted to kind of like share a part of my life with them, and that's what something that streaming helps me achieve. Even just talking about my day and what happened, any like major event or like a new video game that I'm super into. I just want to share some parts of myself. And along the way, it's super cheesy, but make them smile too, inspire them. I really want to be someone to push people to achieve their goals. Even if it's something like I'm too shy to stream and they tell me that in chat and I tell them like just do it. It's just you can just start with like a PNG model or offer any sort of advice to them to help them. Or like when I drew a lot in stream, they would ask me questions about the programs that I'm using, the brushes that I use, the tablet that I'm working with. I like giving those sorts of things to help other people and be silly, brighten up their day here and there, but also sharing a part of myself with people with like-minded opinions too, like going off in a tangent for 40 minutes about my Sonic OCs or about Sonic in general, just sharing with them. I think that's what it means to me. And it was something that I didn't realize myself until I started streaming. I thought it was just something simple as I'll stream a few times as my OC that I've had for years and, give up and just disappear off the face of the earth and go back doing what I was doing. But instead, I'm nearing 2 years now, and the 22nd of this month would be my 2-year anniversary. And I'm so grateful that I started to stream because I met so many wonderful people, because I started sharing about myself, because I started opening up that I love Sonic to an insane degree. So yeah, I would say that would be what VTubing means to me. And it's
yeah.
very, very
Mhm.
special. And I'm so happy that I started.
And I always ask that at the end because the answers make sense every time, and that we can see very clearly, very visually, your path and frankly your consistency from Miss Pumpkin to Ruri with all your interests, and we see it on the shelves and we see it in the stories and we see it in the different memories and interests of you and the things that you love and the things that inspire you, and how that has all led to where you are now, very, very logically, frankly. And that it's so cool to see that, obviously there has been those elements of consistency with your interests, but it's so obvious that you yourself have grown in so many ways along the way. And it's really cool to see that journey of yours in terms of your art, in terms of your content, in terms of your memories, and the ways that you've been able to open up and become more comfortable with yourself, and also just having fun and doing so many cool things. And I'm very excited for you. I didn't realize your second anniversary was so close. So happy belated birthday and early anniversary.
Yeah, I didn't realize too until I looked at the date. I was like, wait a second, it's coming up.
That's 3 days away.
It's coming up. But yeah, I'm really happy. I'm a very introverted person, so I didn't think like streaming would be something that I ended up picking up on. I have trouble speaking, and I feel like streaming helped me a lot to break out of my shell and be, show myself.
Mm. And yeah, like I said, I can't wait to see what you do next, and I'm so thankful that you took time to be on my show tonight. I do actually have one last question, and that's, who would you like us to raid?
Oh, let me take a look.
While she looks, I do want to thank Tonka Hana Ameara, I'm probably going to butcher some names, so sorry. Paparix, Wolfborg, V Mayhem, and Tiny the 8-pound robot. That is an easy name to read. What a fun name. So thank you all so much for the follows. Thank you again to Nomuzio for the raid. Whether you all hopped in at some point in the middle of the stream, whether you've been here since the pre-show, thank you so much for tuning in. I do these shows about once a week, sometimes more than once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks. I try to schedule around my guests, so it is pretty varying, but you can follow me here on Twitch and on Twitter and on Blue Sky now. It's Vtuber Talk every place. So if you want to find out about more shows, you can follow me there. And if for some reason you aren't already following Ruri, please do yourself a favor and fix that there. Yeah. Yeah, the shout out now in the chat. Links are in the video description or in the channel panels. And yeah, just thank you so much for anybody tuning in. Thank you, Ruri.
Yeah,
so who are we gonna raid?
So I sent the message of the person we were raiding. We will be raiding Swelltime G-Pool, who is a retro streamer with a radical haircut. He always sets up these really cool events. So the Third Strike tournament that I mentioned was organized by him. So he did Third Strike. They did also ring racers. So yeah, they're really cool.
Awesome. Well, folks, be sure to let Swelltime G-Pool, an interesting name. So, like, do they go by Swell or Pool or?
They go by G-Pool.
G-Pool. Well, tell G-Pool that Rudy sent you. I don't have any emotes of my own, so spam playing hers that you all have been doing. It's been very fun seeing all of the squishes and the pumpkins and the hearts all night long. So thank you so much for being here. Rudy, thank you again. I'm Jay. This has been VTuber Talk. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.